Yo. This is the Code Breakers Paradox.
And this is DC. What's going on, man?
Not much.
Yeah,
Chilling
long
like a
time
villain.
coming. Oh, chilling like a villain now. Oh, okay. So you're the villain now. Got you.
Always. Sith Lord.
You're the Sith Lord.
Yeah, I got
Got
my what do you call it? Saber. I got my lightsaber out.
Dark Darth Maul,
Darth Maul.
the Sith Lord.
Mm.
Talking about being born in the dark.
Yes, sir. Yo, did you
Hey,
listen to Diddy's album, Love? That shit is crazy. You like R&B, boy.
did he?
Woo, my God, he smoked that. He smoked it.
I got to hold up on that one, man. You said did he, right?
What?
Did he?
Uh, what's your issue with Diddy?
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm a
You
fan.
want it? That's that Southeast shit, right? These motherfuckers, boy. Y'all motherfuckers crazy, man.
I'm sorry, man. But I mean,
Lord
what you
Jesus.
want me to say, man? What you want me to do? I mean, I am
Local,
who I am, man.
you a yokel local. Local yokel?
I am who I am, man. I mean, I don't know. I
That's that city shit, right? That's that DC shit right there.
you know,
Diddy album is un at your age, yo, that album is unbelievable, bro.
I,
Platinum, Grammy Award winning. I mean, that joint is unbelievable.
I'm gonna listen to it.
He
I'm
got
not saying that I'm not listening to it now.
listen to me, 23 bangers.
Okay,
Did not miss.
okay. Didn't miss.
If you're in the R&B.
I am in R&B, man. I
Yeah.
love R&B,
Oh,
bro.
and you ain't heard the album yet? Then you're not in the R&B, bro.
How long? No, stop it.
You're not in R&B. You
How
thinking
long
you ain't
has
in R&B.
how long has it been out?
A
You talking
week.
about Sean Puffy Combs, the person that we call Diddy? I
I
want to
just
make sure
said
we're
it.
talking
Yeah,
about
did
the
he?
right person. Yeah. Okay. Well, no, I didn't know he came out with a new album. My bad.
Huh?
I'm not out checking for Diddy like that. I ain't gonna lie. But when did the album come out? Last
Last.
Friday.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So it's not. And he has who we have on the album actually.
Everybody, and he pushing them. He pushing to their best too.
Good.
The Weeknd, her,
Okay.
Justin
Okay.
Bieber, yo, that's
Uh,
shocking. I
uh,
know. Wait till you hear the song. I know. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah,
so,
wait
alright,
till you hear the song though,
man.
because
Alright, man.
you're not even really know it's him. But wait till you hear that song.
Nah, I
I was like,
mean,
wow,
I
oh my,
know he's
I
in the
did not know.
John. I know he's in the John B. and Justin Timberlake type of
Nah, it ain't that.
white boy
Wait till
can
you hear it.
sing, white boy can
Yeah,
sing vein. I get it.
yeah, yeah. But anyway, I don't know reason why I said Justin. He got everybody on there though, but
Yeah,
well, not people that I wanted on there, but I want to say Mary J.
yeah. You got to have Mary J. on
Summer Walker's on there. She killed that. They killed that song, but
the,
it's a
the
lot.
new the new Mary J. She the
Yeah, the new
baby
Mary
mama.
J.
She the new Mary J. If Mary J. had children. Shit.
Yeah, yeah. She don't have
That
kids.
girl, that girl there got baby. How many? She got four of them? Three or four? She
Oh,
got
I don't.
baby.
Yeah, I don't do gossip, so I do not know. But
It's not a
I hear
gossip,
you.
bro. Either she got children or she don't. It's no
I don't. I
gossip.
don't. I'm not TMZ. I don't do all the gossip. I don't know about these
It's
people's
not.
lives,
That's not.
man.
That's not.
I don't know
Stop.
all that about people
You just
got
sat up
kids
here
they
telling me
got.
about. Oh, you think you just sit up here telling me about some goddamn Diddy and R&B and it's fine, and you want to try to claim some gospel? Hey, get out of here, man. Gossip type of shit, man. You a trip, man. Boy, you are selective like a motherfucker. Boy, you worse than these dudes around
Jeez,
here in the manosphere, man. You that's real selective with your
jeez.
with your
That's where I get it from.
talking points. Real selective, man.
Yeah, but but no, but I'm just messing around. But in real talk, he did it though, bro. I'm talking about clean beats, clean.
Okay,
The music is clean. I mean, just crispy.
okay.
Old school R&B, like just not old school, but 90s, like just done. You know how when you hear something, you can just tell the production value. There, that's the word I'm looking for.
Okay.
Yeah, the production, bro. I was just like, because I wasn't expecting it to be anything but just another whatever, right? I was
Yeah.
like, oh, you was work. You know how you can tell when somebody been working though. You know how You know,
Well,
you can
that's
hear
good.
a lazy producer, a lazy artist. You can kind of tell they kind of be
Yeah.
phoning it in sometime on some records. Some they
Mhm.
kind of like just, I got to do 15 tracks. I'm gonna give you 3 good ones, and then we just gonna throw some stuff together, on the
Yeah, so
other 12 tracks.
Sean has been in a lab, basically, is what you're saying. He's been in a
Yeah,
lab.
I think he's been on. I think he's been working this for probably a minute because it's just a little bit too.
It's clean
It's a
now.
little bit too good. I'm like, oh, he probably been working this, like working on it for a minute.
Okay.
He
All
ain't
right.
just say, oh, I'm gonna do an album this year and just put an album together. I feel like he's probably been like maybe
Right.
I saw a couple of interviews, but I don't know. No, I don't know if anybody asked him how long.
Yeah.
BMT trolling us, by the way. I meant to tell you that. BMT, you
Rolling
funny.
us with what? What did he say?
What he said? He said, "Oh no, y'all not y'all becoming a dating coaches. That's pretty. I'm gonna put that on the thing. That's pretty funny.
Dating coaching.
I love that comment. That's funny.
Man. What's the qualification?
Shout out to BMT.
Let us know what the qualification is, BMT. Curious on that one. Love to
Let me
hear
get
it.
him some funnies on that.
I love to hear the
funny,
qualification on it. Yeah.
That is hilarious, man.
Yeah, it's so simple. Even a caveman can do it. Maybe that's what it is. You remember the commercial? It's so simple. Even a caveman can do it. Maybe that's the same thing with dating coaching.
Yeah, he killed that though. That John was funny. Yeah, he did a good. I didn't mean to bring. I meant to tell you that before we got on the call. Actually, that's why I said it. I just meant to tell you that. Because I know you do R&B and you're into music, and I was just if you love music, because I let some teenagers listen to it. I let a couple of 20-year-olds listen to it, and of course everybody who's older is just obviously it's immediate. But I wanted to see some younger people sort of just see what they thought about it. I was like, oh, okay, y'all actually like this, John. That's pretty funny.
Okay. I'm not gonna knock it down till I listen to it. I am at least that I will not deny good music, bro.
Oh no,
I never would do that.
Yeah, I don't tell people to go listen to stuff. You know that I'm not hitting you up every week saying, oh, listen to this now. I keep a lot of stuff quiet because I just know, I know how you are about some stuff. So, but this one right here, I'm like, whoa. I had to text a few people who I know would never go listen to, like, go listen to this.
Right.
Just not that people are even into R&B. Just if you're older, just like, oh, okay, like you ain't got to really listen to it for pleasure. Just like he put something out that's really good that takes you back, to the 90s or whatever. But it's current, So I was like, wow, he did a good job of meshing that together.
Dude, I mean,
he didn't half-ass it, which he doesn't anyway. Obviously, he's a perfectionist, but
yeah.
But you know how sometimes the old guys will put out an album and be like, even though it was great. It was like, yeah, that's not, you didn't hit it. You missed.
Yeah, your time is up.
Your time is
up. It happens.
Your time is up. Yeah. It's hard to stay fresh. It's hard, bro. It's hard to stay fresh.
Yeah, I mean, it's a young man's game, man.
It's a hard thing. It is hard to stay fresh. We change so fast in this country. And that's the sound changes so fast, so it's hard to keep up. Because they were pushing that girl, what's her name, Scar. All the rappers are pushing her hard. The old heads, like what's my man name from New York?
Obviously, they like her,
No, but the old heads do. So like Busta and what's my man who always do stuff with Busta, the producer. Skinny dude, light skinned boy.
Skinny dude, light
skin. Yeah, bald head, old head, superstar, super producer.
Not the one married to Alicia Keys, huh?
Yes, of course. Who else would it be? Yeah.
Damn, why is his name not coming across in my brain?
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm crazy.
No. Not Just Blaze. It's not Just Blaze. It's
no, of course not. No, it's not Just Blaze. It's gonna come in a second.
I can't believe I forgot this dude's name, man.
You talking about me? Like, yeah. I can't remember either. It's right there on the tip of my tongue. I just can't. It's not Pharrell, of course. It's not. I'm trying to say some names. It's what they come to me. Jeez, that's bad. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm thinking of the song that I love that he did.
Yeah, him and Busta are close too.
But he was pushing her too, and so if you hear some of her song, it's him producing it.
Swiss Beats.
Swiss. Jeez, boy, thanks Lord.
Yeah.
But yeah, he
yeah, that's yeah. You said
that. I was just saying he and so you hear some of her music, and I hear him, so I don't hear fresh or new. I'm sort of hearing his sound in there. I'm like, okay, well maybe we'll see. Cause the song is going the New York song that she does. It's hard too, but you can definitely hear him in there producing it. So they're sort of pushing her, but I don't know if the world really is on her like that. Because the more I learned about how they push artists and stuff, it just gets worse for me. I'm like, man, I can't trust nothing I see. When they're shoving these people down our throats all the time, it's really artificial more than anything.
Right.
Yes, sir. But anyway, did you want? Oh, sorry, I want to play us a quick little song, little intro.
All right. So let's go ahead and get to it. This is one of your specials.
One of my specials.
Yeah, one of your.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You know Tom Ski, he excited because Drake and my man 21 sampled his stuff, so he all excited this year.
Yeah, Drake has Memphis connections, that's for sure.
Right. And then people freaked out because of what Beyonce listened to, by the way, on her phone. They freaked out, DC. So don't be mad. She be playing, yeah, because somebody got a hold of her stuff or played it or not leaked it, but I guess found out what she listens to or was showing them something.
Found out that she was a screw and chop girl, basically.
That she's an underground Memphis girl.
But that's what I'm saying. She's screw and chop too. She's like real deep into that shit.
So it was a couple of songs. Yeah, it's a couple of songs that they played from Memphis, and I just smiled from ear to ear. I just laughed. I said, "This is what she into? What?" I said, "I know Jay-Z not happy in the house. Like, turn that off." Yeah. You probably refer to listen to some classical music or some rock and roll before you listen to that stuff.
Yeah, Jay always, I don't know. Jason tend to, I think he liked that kind of flow.
You think so? Oh, because he used to do that. He used to flow like that back in the day a little bit. Not that way, but that fast.
I think so. Yeah, I think that's what he listened to. He said
it. But it's kind of gothic though, honestly.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? It's dark music, in my opinion.
It is. It's close to demonic.
So when you listen to rappers from New York and the original people who did rap and everybody else in the country, they don't say that stuff. You're not gonna find. I don't know any rappers anywhere that do you?
Yeah. No, they do it in New York too. It just wasn't popular. Yeah.
Really? Wow, I didn't know that.
What do you think Mobb Deep used to be?
What would they give me a line or a verse or something then? What were they talking about?
Even,
dark?
or even I want to say Murder Mace. They used to be Children of the Corn, I think is what one of the groups called. Yeah, they had all kinds of dark. Yeah, it was all kinds of craziness. It just wasn't. They were underground. They wasn't grave diggers. They wasn't
right. Grave diggers.
Popular. Yeah. They just wasn't popular. Like 360.
I gotta go listen to some of it. I want to hear how dark it is because they go real dark in Memphis.
Yeah, now I don't know about that. They ain't on that level. Yeah,
you might can call it goth rap if you want to give it.
What I call like anti-church music. Like they went completely the opposite direction.
Dark side.
Yeah, tie the club up, all that type of shit,
Chambers and corpses and
I couldn't. It got spooky for me too. That shit is like,
talking about skinning people.
Yeah, that's
sticking a pitchfork in them.
The first time I heard that was like on Ghetto Boys.
Y'all going to hell talking like that.
You remember Chucky? Hello, I'm Chucky. Why not play?
Yeah. Right.
I want to murder me.
Oh,
Put me to death. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mind of a Lunatic with the Ghetto Boys.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I'm saying? That shit was
paranoid.
Sitting in a deep sweat, thinking, I gotta fuck somebody before the weekend. That kind of blood excites me.
Yeah.
She begged me not to rape her. I gave her a rose. I opened her legs and commenced to fucking. I'm like, God damn, nigga.
It's crazy, bro. It be so crazy. I was reading through
I gave her a rose. I opened her legs.
Suburban kids should not be listening to rap.
Nah, man. They would not, not that kind. That was straight raw.
They should not be listening to no hip hop.
They were trying to cancel the Ghetto Boys. You heard me, man. Grip on the other level. They were trying to get that shit off the shelves, man. Anybody that want to listen to, man, some straight hardcore type of no holds barred, yeah.
I was listening to some stuff, bro. I had to turn it off. I was like, I'm got to go read my Bible. I can't listen to this. This is rough.
That shit is crazy, man.
But you know what's so weird? What's so not weird about? What's so interesting is that it's the streets, though. Like people don't realize, like when you're in these spaces in this country, man.
Yeah, that's the dark side.
And they're hiding it. And I'm like, the rap is telling you what it's doing to the mind. Just think about where your mind is.
Mind of a Lunatic. That's what it was.
Mind of a Lunatic, right.
and people that love Willie D, he be trying to hide his past, but nah, I remember Willie D. November 6th, 1966. I love taking my ball with a mind of a lunatic. I should have been killed, but since you fucked around and let me live.
Man.
That's the Willie D I remember. When that nigga said, I don't give a damn, I don't give a fuck if you're 9 to 99. He did not care, dog. If you want to,
so would you say that the white Jews sort of took that stuff and just kind of created artificial people, artificial versions of the real people who really was either living it or was around it?
Hold on, I need to get this out because
get it off.
People talk about Willie D being a simp, right, or being like the. But I'm like, dude, you know, people talk about him being a simp because of the.
He's an old man. Yeah, he's an old man.
Yeah, this nigga damn near 60, man.
Yeah, he old man.
They old heads, man. They old heads. You know, Uncle Willie D.
But... And I want to know what suckers and bitch asses is saying that anyway. Like, who's saying that? That's really, you got to fact check that
about Willie D. Oh man, I heard a lot of people say it, man. Actually, yeah. Why he's simping for the old girl, I forget her name, the Somali girl.
Oh, that's just content. That don't mean nothing.
Yeah, but they're using him because he's talking about, you know.
But that's just whole ass niggas on the internet talking. That ain't real. That ain't real. Niggas ain't gonna bust a grape.
I try to tell him, man. Willie D love to fight.
Keyboard warriors.
That's one old head that loves to fight now. You better
loves to fight. Loves to fight.
Got hard ass hands and shit. Got them old ass hands, boy. Hard.
Smoke. Right.
Yeah, you could probably put him out, but once that fire's lit, though, yeah, you got to come with it, youngster. Yeah, he one of them. Yeah, he one of them heavy.
Half these dudes ain't never been in a fight, bro.
Gotta wall for the heavy hitters. Gotta wall for the heavy hitters. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Alley. You know what I'm saying? DC stand up, Southside all day, baby.
Rule number 12: give suckers nothing, bro. You can't give them nothing.
What you gonna do when you grow up? And have to face responsibility.
It ain't nothing cool about it, though. I will say that, though. Ain't nothing cool about it. Just life. Life's tough in certain spaces. Ain't nothing. It ain't a cool thing, but it's a real thing.
People make it cool or not.
So cool. It ain't nothing to praise.
Nah.
And real people know that. You know, obviously the real people who really know. It's nothing to praise. But unfortunately, that's how you consume media and entertainment in America. But so it is what it is. But
yeah, you praise it and you sell it. You know.
That's why they love Scarface. That's why they love The Godfather. So you know.
Yeah. True.
That's why I love that line when he was saying. I always love that Scarface line. It stood out to me my whole life about the John Wayne. That line he does about John Wayne. I love that, man. Love that line, bro.
Damn, I don't remember that line. What did you say about John Wayne? Scarface, right?
Oh man, he's a master.
It was so many lines he had in that damn movie. It's
just so many. But no, he had I can't remember the line exactly. It was just a line about how, you coming at me about guns or something, but your hero is John Wayne. I'm ruining it, by the way. I'm ruining that. I mean, the way he said it was godlike, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a Bible verse. Shit, man, it's such a powerful statement about America.
You want to talk about embodying a role, man?
Yeah, you won the West with the rifle. What does that mean? What does win the West mean? Oh, genocide. Oh, what? To the victor goes the spoils, right?
Yeah, that's what they say.
Right.
That is what they say, man.
Mm-hmm. The winners write history, however they say that.
Yeah, sure. For sure. So let's get into it, man. Then we're going to get into our topics and a couple of things that we need to clear the air on. But let's go ahead and get this thing going. This dude named Tom Ski Mask, is that the name of the dude? Is it a DJ or is it DJ Squeaky? That's the DJ.
DJ Squeaky.
And then the artist
Tom Ski Mask is the rapper. Yeah.
So he owes.
If you don't know, you don't know. So I can't.
I don't know, man.
You don't know. You don't know. I can't help you. I can't do nothing with it. You either need to know. You gotta. If you don't know, you don't know.
Don't be like that, bro. Don't be like that, man. I don't know who Tom Ski. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know who Tom Ski Mask is, bro.
Oh yes,
I heard a little bit of what this song is before. I heard a little bit of just kind of like maybe in passing a little bit, but I'll let it crank. I'll let it play. You ready? Is it up?
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh yeah, DJ, you get 1,000 more death up in this motherfucker, nigga. Oh, I'm outbound, nigga. I got my nigga Tom Ski finna get ready to drop this shit for your ass. He looking out for that project player, gonna be coming, man. He gonna be coming. I'm trying to tell you, baby. Down south, more death up in this bitch. More cheese, baby. More cheese records, man. I'm telling you, we out for more cheese, baby. I'm telling you. Wait. Down south, baby.
If you ain't down with the mouth, bitch. If you ain't coming from the south, bitch. If you ain't sure about this living shit. From the east to the west, we be down south, bitch. If you ain't down with the mouth, bitch. If you ain't coming from the south, bitch. If you ain't sure about this living shit. From the east to the west, we be down south, bitch. If you ain't down with the mouth, bitch. If you ain't coming from the south, bitch. If you ain't sure about this living shit. From the east to the west, we be down south, bitch. If you ain't down with the mouth, bitch. If you ain't coming from the south, bitch. If you ain't sure about this living shit. From the east to the west, we be down south, bitch. We be down south, bitch.
Every time I wake up, there's always something going wrong. People hating on your boy. You bitches gonna be slow, but conflicts ain't confusion. Bring the world negativity. When we reach the top, will you be able to stop the family? Hell no, mission completed. There's no way they're stopping the biggest click we got. Trying to take it to the TOP. Haters, enemies, we're kicking up dust, making the world wanna fuck with us. Ain't nothing changed, ain't nothing stopped. Using my mind as a damn gun.
Project Player, numero uno, the one with the nouveau. Clothes smell like Endo, gonna fuck a hoe wherever I go. This one's for my dog, yeah, we're holding down the fort of opinion about to erupt the whole industry. This is just our first release. Y'all ain't never heard or seen anything like our family. Money scheming like the joke I told you. And the rest of the project, please, but we ain't have to prove a damn thing. There's more like in this game, and we gon' get it regardless, Mr. Odo.
Just my 9, 6 for 3, yeah, that be me too. Click with more cheese in the bigger league. Straight around the feet, yeah, damn fool. Don't hate us, cause you wanna be us. Don't be us, cause you see us making platinum hits. Like, fuck that shit, we the best in this top rap shit. Chick bitches wonder why my family click is so confidential. But I haul killing dealers sound busy, took tricks to play us. Projects, there it is, crown me Mr. Man, got me king though. Until you haters try to observe us that don't like us. Motherfuck you hoe, motherfuck you hoe. Bitch.
That was the debauchery on a level that I can't even explain. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Paradox. I'm gonna let you have that one, bro. I get it.
Oh, we don't want you. We don't need you. Hey, hold on. It's all about M-Town, baby. Memphis in the building. Shout out to West Tennessee.
Are you for real, bro? I'm 8-ball MJG.
Okay. Now you 8-ball. Okay.
I love that. Yeah, some of
Okay.
that spooky shit though. The 3-6. That's why I'm saying it took me a while to even get with the 3-6 thing for a minute because it was always
3-6 is very different. Yeah.
That I mean, it's the Sonic. I mean, I guess it's still in the little Memphis pocket, man. You know, yeah.
Oh, it's all Memphis. It's just a few different sounds. And people do copy other people, but there's different styles, slightly different styles. You know, at the end of the day, and everybody trying to do what they do and how they kind of have their own version of it. But you know what's so funny is I'm listening to Master P.
Yeah,
going through some of Master P's tracks, C Murder and all those people, and listening to some West Coast stuff, and also some of this stuff like DJ Squeak and some other people from Memphis. And I was kind of laughing. I'm trying to hear. I feel like I'm hearing some similar sounds from back then that people are sampling from. So
yeah.
Because a lot of that music you can really clean up, you know what I mean, and really produce.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
That's underground. You know, underground stuff sounds the way it sounds, and you just have to be in those spaces and grow up listening to it. Or not. You don't have to grow up listening to it, but just listen to it enough where you get used to it and get into it. Because people are sampling their stuff like crazy right now. It's kind of funny. Not just him, but everybody. You know, everybody from that era.
So since we since we doing like things that influenced us,
but I would say this though, I thought it was apropos for what you're going to talk about shortly. So
for sure,
if you hear the hook.
For sure.
That's why I sent it to you. You know,
for sure.
Because I'm over here getting crunk listening to it. You're not even. I'm excited, but you're not. It got me turned up.
I'm about to play something that's gonna get me out. It's gonna feel very local for you too. Since you don't like to claim it like you should though. We off on the front porch though. We're gonna try to show them how organic it is in DC, not the DMV, not no Maryland, Virginia. We talking about the city of DC within the city.
Oh, you're not gonna play no Baltimore house music for us to give us a little diversity, diversity in the area.
It's the city. Nah, this city. Like we
playing Baltimore house music next week.
We're not doing that. Maybe we have Charles up, man. We'll do that. Shout out to Charles, man. Charles partner. We'll do some percolator or
give Baltimore some love out here,
girl, man. You know what I'm saying? I know you kind of like you wander up that way a little bit more than you should, but I get it though. But we're gonna take it. We're gonna introduce him a little bit to the organic.
I love Baltimore, side. By the way, just to put that out. I love Baltimore.
We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and put him on the front porch, man. Nucci, you know what I'm saying? Stand up, Big G, Weezy. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be doing this thing from the organic side. You know, go ahead and put that joint up. Oh yeah. So we're going for the front porch. We're gonna show you. We're gonna show you DC for real. Like this, the real DC. Like none of that White House stuff. None of this. Big lawns and 150,000, you know.
Oh, the real Miami, huh?
Oh yeah. Let's get this thing cranking before we get started, and then we'll get into the topic. But I thought you'd like this though. But check it out. You already know the area. You already see it. You see the house. You already know. That's how we be covered. You got the.
I remember. I used to be there.
You got the burglar bars. You got the burglar bars up. You already know what we do. Then come out to the porch, dog.
I'll have to get it.
Oh, not in there. Oh, okay. Hey, Miss Johnson. Nah, we out here. We just doing something real quick. Ain't gonna be nothing. Nah, okay. We'll be back there in a minute. Yeah. Yeah, for those that don't know, that you know, but we're gonna take you to DC for a second. You know what I'm saying? Show you how we really do. You see the socks, you see the short. You already know how we do. The MB.
This was a competition. I would have picked a different song.
No, it's not no competition. Oh, you part of this culture too. You be trying to deny it, but you part of this too.
No,
You
no, I
already,
don't deny
you
it.
already know the house. You know the
I
house.
just don't tell everybody my business.
You know the house right there. We already.
I have a very complicated past.
What we talking about here?
Yeah, of course.
All right, cause let's get it though. Let's get it.
Hey.
Yeah.
They not ready for that. They not ready for that, though. They ain't ready for that.
Oh.
We got a very special edition of the Front Porch today, y'all. Live from the Front Porch present Backyard. Yeah.
Treat her like a,
Why in the building? Okay.
we treat her like a, where we at? We treat her like a, live on the porch, gotta get the torch, yeah. Hey, they riding on the avenue, gotta keep it true up. One more time, baby, y'all know what to do. Backyard for life, till they turn up my lights. These young be sight, they doing it hype. They ain't doing it right, tell them put down the guns. Let's have some fun, let's do it for young. The ones that's gone, busting up heads, running for fears. You know what they did, rock that fifth, you know what they do. Backyard, baby, always come through. We laugh on the porch with nephew, new G. One more time, she got to give me some Gucci. Ride again, ride for the fifth. One more time because they love that shit. This is for you and all of you and all the crew. We got to keep shit good. That's right. Yeah. Come on. Yeah.
I know about that right there.
Yeah, extended version.
In the pocket, baby.
Come on. I heard it no more. Say you got it.
You know I was coming with that one.
Yeah, some of that dope, my job, baby. We got you dripping wet. Yeah. The way we make you sweat. Give me some of that dope, my job, baby.
Yeah, there it is.
Southside. Live for the boys. Yeah. Boy. Snow cap. And we'll be at you. Hey, dude. Hey, like this. Hey, I took a rub stick. I took a rub. I took a rub. Got a ride. I took a rub stick. I took a rub. I took a rub. Hey, wait, come on, wait. We don't give a fuck about you. Your homie on your block to get into. You little motherfucker, thank you. Don't make me put this shit out on you. Your homie never been upon you. You little motherfucker, thank you. We don't give a fuck about you. Your homie on your block to get into. You little motherfucker, thank you. Don't make me put this shit out on you. Show me I'm a nigga, thank you. Little motherfucker, thank you. Yeah. Come on. Hey. Come on. Hey, what? Around my way. Around my way. On the floor, the girl was up. Say what? On the street, the girl was back. Around my way. Say no, baby. No, baby. Around my way. Yeah, for the boys. Around my way. On the floor, the girl was up. Say what? On the street, the girl was back. Around my way.
It is. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Woof. Boy, that was tough.
Yeah.
You gonna put on some BY and go for it. Play my other song. Put my other song on. No, I'm kidding.
You already know that. Keep it gangsta. I gotta keep it gangsta. For those that know, you know. For those that don't, it is what it is, man. It's a DC thing.
No, we used to argue with BY and JY who the best, who
man.
all the time. Forever, nonstop.
That's our generation. Backyard, junkyard, and maybe
Northeast
CCB.
Groovers.
You can throw CCB up in there a little bit. But yeah, that's because I gotta be biased because they Southside, Backyard, Southside all day. Of course, Northeast is Northeast Trinidad, and then Junkyard. You know what I mean, Southwest. But you know what I'm saying. That's us. That's DC. That is clear.
That ain't no pots and pans either. Whoever that dude was, which is pretty funny though. Don't disrespect the Congos and Bongos, bro.
I don't know.
If you African, so don't. He's probably a white person talking.
I don't know how you don't.
You don't know your roots, boy.
I don't know how you don't like that though. But like I heard people like, man, I can't get with it. I'm like, man, I don't get it. But it ain't for me to get though. You know what I'm saying? You can't get the vibe.
I told you, if it ain't for you, it ain't for you. It is what it is. We don't need you. Fuck you and your mama too.
You hear the war call, man. You hear the war call. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Man, them parties was out of control, bro.
Oof.
Jesus.
That was my shit, man. Keep it gangsta.
You know what's so funny though? I always wonder why did that music get people. You know how
fair use.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, don't strike us down, man. Don't strike us down. EG. Don't do us like that, man. We here for the culture, man. For sure. I'll at us, man. You know what it is.
Somebody asked you in the comments why didn't they release an official release
of what?
Of some of the music.
Oh no, they got an album called Street Antidote, man. All of it's out. Live instrumentation and everything. Look it up.
What did they say?
Street Antidote, BYB, Backyard Band. Big G on the cover with a green face on like a green kind of like laminated face on there. Street Antidote.
There you go.
Yeah. It's out. But the best music ain't recorded though. Best go.
That it gets into your soul though, bro. Oof.
Yeah, you got to see it organic live.
You don't have no soul if you don't like that, bro. You don't have a soul.
It just like they say, straight off the porch. Just like that's why we call it Junkyard Band. Backyard. It's organic. it's straight out your grandma's house. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's what it is. Yeah. That's how it is, man. So yeah, it's one of those things. Live instrumentation and
Yep.
call and response, and of course, shout out to the Godfather, long live the ancestor Chuck Brown, and Lil Benny and all them. So it is what it is.
Chuck from Chicago, right?
Wind me up, Chuck. Chuck who?
Isn't Chuck from did he go to Chicago or something? What did he do?
Talking about
looking at something. Yeah, I'm looking at some history.
Nah, he probably played. Remember, I told you he's a blues player originally.
Right. That's what I was saying. It was something I was reading about.
He's from DC. Yeah,
So he was born in DC though, right? He was born here.
He's from the city. Yeah, he's from DC. Yeah. He got locked up for a long time out in Lorton. He did time like 20 years.
Oof, Lorton is rough.
Yeah, he was locked down for a minute. So
didn't they close Lorton down?
Yeah, it's closed. Yeah, it's no longer here.
Wow.
Yeah, your ass will either get sent up to Maryland, or what's it, Jessup?
Jessup is still open.
Operational for business. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
We just had an escapee.
Jessup correctional facilities. Absolutely.
Yeah, and the juvenile too. Juvenile up here too.
It's so crazy. I know a lot of people that work at Jessup. A couple of people that work at Jessup.
Yeah, they're hiring. They're hiring right now. Well, they always hiring, but
they always, it's a high time.
They always hiring. Yeah, because the juvenile, all that's up here too. So yeah. Yes, sir. Man, you can play that all day.
All day, man. All day.
Yeah, let it get into your soul.
Yeah. Yeah. They're still talking about they can't find it. You can't find it. Yeah, Street Antidote. That's what it's called. BYB. In fact, I can pull it up for you guys. If that's really what you into.
What?
I don't think you guys like go-go like that for real.
Nah, really. we lost those drums. We lost the drums, bro. Lost the drums. That's all it really is the Congos is doing it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that it's so funny because it's our music. Even if you went to church, a lot of times they would have Congos and stuff there, whatever. And a lot of times.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just funny that we sort of lost it. It's there, it's around. You can go to some some African if you go to any kind of show or anything like that, they obviously have the drums and stuff out, but it's just funny that it didn't really would you say it was just banned? Basically, it was banned out. They banned it from us historically.
What's that?
Just I guess you would say the real drums, right? I mean, really original drums.
Well, I mean, it's because
it's in the music everywhere and it's all over the place.
Yeah,
but it's not front and center. You have the guitar, you have the trumpet, you have the saxophone, you have certain things, or the drum set, the drum kit, but or the keyboard for that matter. But that particular instrument just didn't. It's just not pushed forward. Because I'm trying to think, even in high school bands. Yeah, even high school bands. I mean, we had a go-go band at our high school, obviously, in the city, but
right.
Obviously, but the actual marching band, they will obviously have everything but that, really.
Yeah, they use more of the classical drums, more so.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, everything. I love the snare though. The snare is that's the one, but. And what's so funny? I would say, I don't know what you call the 5 drums where you had the I think the one kind of big one in the middle and then the two small ones on the side. That could technically, that's not the same thing, but that might be the closest, even though you're playing with sticks. Well, I'm trying to think, is any not even the HBCU band, they don't have them either. I guess it doesn't work. but it could
Some
though.
of them, some of them do. Some of them have.
Some of them do. Some of them do have. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I know they heavy, so I don't know if you can really carry those. The small ones you can,
Mm-hmm.
because even the really small ones uh have a strong sound. We used to have the small ones at our church, the really little ones, and they still would pop though. You can still pop them.
Mm.
Cause yeah, people acting like you playing Caribbean music or something. You know what I mean? It's like it's not that different. You know those things in the Caribbean, the metal drums, whatever they're called. That would be
Mm.
to me a different sound you're not used to hearing up here, of course. You know, but I think those drums should probably be more now in the mix than not.
So we definitely wanted to kind of bring that little bit of you know, some of that original heartbeat of the city music, you know what I'm saying? Kind of to start off, and before we get into some serious topics here, but let's go ahead and get some things kind of straight here. So as everybody know, the big topic now that's been going on has been the Dion and the Colorado HBCUs, the funding,
Steel drums. Yeah.
what was said,
go
what
ahead.
was not said about that particular event, and what I would like to do, because it I thought that maybe it could die down. Maybe this could be something that we won't have to actually talk about. People said what they said. They shared their opinions. Hopefully it was respected. But since this seems to be an ongoing issue about what was said, whose viewpoint was what, I think it's good to just go back and review what was said actually on our program. What was this, almost 2 weeks now? Close
Yeah.
to 2 weeks ago. And this is not something that Paradox wanted to do. This is something that I thought that we needed to do. So this is on me more so than it is on him. But to me, this is
We a
just,
team, but we a team. We the code breakers, so it's me too.
yeah.
All right, don't put me out. I ride or die.
I got you. But this is
fuck
just
these niggas.
this is just setting the record straight on what was actually said, what was meant by what was said, and how things can get misconstrued. One thing that I don't like.
Oh,
Man.
can I say? I'm gonna give you one good thing, but go. I'll let you. I want to tell you something. I want to have it before you go, but go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say Dion did Did I tell you he did an interview yesterday? Did I tell you about that?
Yeah. He told me about that. He did it with the young lady there.
But about the idea that he had about the kids who don't go. He said 85% of kids obviously are not gonna go to the league.
Right.
And he was saying, "Oh, I told you that already." I'm tired talking to you about that. My bad. I thought I didn't tell you that part about the setting up a draft for the kids that don't go to the league, and organizing a bunch of businesses to make sure and guarantee, not I guess guaranteed jobs, but sort of guarantee them jobs. Get them drafted. Get the way they do the draft in the league, do a corporate draft, that type of thing.
Yeah.
And so the kids that he's trained and he's taught to be respectful and honorable, all the positive qualities that you would get through his program, why just let them just graduate and that's it? And they on their own. How about I try to set up with a bunch of companies to interview them, work with them, and have them draft the kids into corporate America. So
yeah, because it
was just such a monumental, to me, it was just an amazing idea. I'm sure schools do something similar to that anyway. With job fairs and stuff, but I'm thinking his idea would probably be something on the next level, though.
Yeah,
it's another great idea that he said, because he's just hitting on all cylinders right now with information and ideas.
So I want to go back. I want to just kind of like set the record straight, because, like I said, there's some things that's been said that's I don't think it's not accurate. It's not accurate as far as what we was trying to say and the points that we was trying to make. And like I said, I want to make sure that that's not lost, that people really know exactly what was actually said, not the interpretation about what somebody meant or this and that other. So it's very, very clear. because I think the disagreement that did happen, it was just a disagreement between people viewing a certain part of the information a certain way. That's all it is. You see it this way, I see it that way. Nothing wrong with that. We still cool though. But it has turned into, well, you don't see it this way. So now you're making reference to people's intelligence. You're not smart, you're stupid, you don't have an understanding, and then you kind of throw this into being part of politics and all this type of stuff. And like I said, this is not any slight against I'm talking about BGS, and I'm not talking about BGS in a negative manner. I'm saying this is about what was discussed on our program. So if you hear this is not beef, this is not anger, none of that. But being that this continue to get talked about, this is said on a continuous basis, we need to go back. We need to listen to what was said. Actually, the points that was basically trying to be made during that particular call, because it's coming off. We was trying to down Dion, and that we basically said Dion didn't deserve everything that he deserved, and nothing could be further from the truth. That's the whole reason we did the program, right? If I'm not mistaken, is to talk about the greatness of Black men, right? Wasn't that the whole point of the program?
The whole point was to be positive and focus on how great this Black man is with his black sons.
Yeah, but it turned into
doing all the right things, but people are so hateful and anti-Black. People just can't help themselves but find something negative. It just feeds the same beast that's inside of us all.
Yeah, so it turned into this whole thing about the gynocracy and this is what it's all about and all this type of stuff, and it's kind of conflating points that wasn't made originally. So I want to go back and show everybody what was discussed, how we was talking at that particular moment, and then how we got to the point that we got to now, because this is where it began from. The whole back and forth discussion, this is where it is. So I'm gonna let everybody listen to it, and then you guys can make your own decision about what took place. And Paradox, you let me know if there's certain places you want to stop, and I'm gonna stop it in certain points to kind of reiterate exactly what was said and how basically some points were made, and that's not what we was trying to say, and go down to the record. It's all about keeping it honest. You know what I'm saying? Not trying to be into no mind control. I'm not trying to create drones of people saying things or talking points or having people agree with because of popularity. That's never been us. If you understand, our whole motto is outer rim, outside of that, so we can keep it gangster, so we can keep it real. You know what I'm saying? If that's a such thing to you, keeping it 100 with you. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to that brother. This is not beef. You know what I'm saying? This is not beef, man. This is about record. This is what happened. This is what was said. This is what we meant when we said it. That's it. So we'll let it speak for itself. Is the video up, or did I pull it up yet? Is it not up yet?
Nope, I don't see it.
All right, so let's pull it up here.
Yeah, I think D1 programs. Yeah, I think they have it. I think they're already doing something. So I don't know what he's seeing that's lacking. It must be something that he's probably seeing that's lacking.
Who's that?
Thinks it may be. No, somebody in the comments was just saying that most D1 programs already have resources. He's asking it in a question form, of course, and I think somebody else has said that. Somebody said something. I don't see it in here.
Yeah, and I think the Brain Trust and shout out to them brothers. I think they already kind of reiterated the point about how those particular Black schools, or especially the schools that receive land grants from the states themselves, how they're underfunded. I mean, criminally underfunded by the states that they reside in. So that means that the money that they should be getting, they're not getting, and they're going over to other things, other resources, other PWIs, other people are getting the money that these Black schools deserve. And I have another article that we may reference. It depends on what the time is, but let's get into it, man. Let's get on into it.
Well, yeah, we can hit this, then get on to some other topics if we can. Let's see.
Yeah, we can go through this.
I want to know what your schedule look like.
We got about a good 2 hours, man, to get this on out, knock this on out. You ready?
Yeah, you hit play. I ain't gonna be on this long, so.
All right.
Friendly, man. Player friendly.
But Deion Sanders is the influence on that. Who remember? It was when there was NFL Network. Who was the first player to speak to those players after they got drafted? Deion Sanders. Oh, it's
Yeah.
prime. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Urban playmaker. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Do y'all think it rubs black people the wrong way, Deion?
Wait,
Or
who?
are we wrong? Are we wrong on that when we say that statement?
wait.
the
What do you
only,
He
yeah,
rubs black people the wrong way.
Yeah.
not really. Unless you're a super conservative person, like Spike Lee is a liberal. Spike Lee and Deion do not like each other.
All right.
So it's like it's certain like I don't believe Deion Boulay or anything up. He got his out the mud, right?
No, he was poor growing up.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. 'Cause I thought so. So like Deion's a
Southern
different
boy,
kind.
Texas boy.
No, he's from Florida.
Florida.
Florida boy. Yeah.
Yeah, Florida. That's why I thought. Like he played in the Mud Bowl and all that. But looking up, I'm like, yeah, it's just depending what kind of black person. If you super like upper class and you're supposed to not, and you have secret money or like you have a status where only certain people know who you are. Yeah, I think you wouldn't like that. Or if you're a super conservative black person. But other than that, Deion's like your regular black dude from the streets.
That's what I mean. He's a Pookie, right? So black people hate him, or black men hate him, right?
Not,
I wouldn't say Pookie
Because he represents
Yeah.
Pookie and Ray Ray, right? Oh,
he's an
an
athlete. He's
Man,
an
y'all
athlete.
stop playing. Stop
Very
playing.
arrogant.
Come on, you stop it, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
I agree with that.
Really?
Pookie and Ray Ray's different. Yeah, Pookie and Ray Ray's different. They are hustlers. They are on the street. Athletes are arrogant, and all they do is work out and perfect their craft. That's all that matters to them.
Yeah.
We
No.
doing this DC. We doing this DC.
No.
Are we doing this right?
No.
Man, y'all, man.
My mic is terrible.
You know what? I'm done. I'm good.
No.
I'm out. Y'all playing with me. Y'all playing.
You gonna rage quit, man. Come
Y'all
on,
got
man.
this
No.
Wait, Paradox. If he was Pookie and Ray Ray, would he really be able to have a 14-year NFL career?
Well, yeah, that's why I was telling you that the mic was kind of spiking out when you was kind of
Because I kept
a little bit.
yanking on it.
Yeah, so it's kind of spiking out. So this is where we get to the meat.
How you gonna expose me on the first video?
No, I mean, no, we talked about it in the background. We taled about it like it's I'm just
how
going
you gonna
over it, just going to
expose
hear
me,
it. So it's kind of like, that's what took place.
You said you didn't even want to go in that rabbit hole and bend anybody's mind to what I was trying to push. So that's why I thought you was gonna leave that where it's at.
Oh, the
That's all
Pookie and
good,
Ray Ray thing. Yeah. I wanted to kind of keep it just on Deion, but I mean, it's gonna still kind of rear its
I had
head.
to talk to you about that for 4 days of
Yeah.
examples and messages and videos. Be like, okay, sure, whatever y'all want to believe.
No,
Good
I
luck
mean,
with
yeah, I have to
Good
concede
luck.
that as it's being played out. I was wrong on that one. Yeah, he will be considered, Pookie and Ray Ray, part of Ganaxi, all that, raised by a single mother, all that type of stuff, everything that they attribute to so-called personality trait, Pookie and Ray Ray, he exhibits in a way. So yeah, I concede that point. I just didn't want to kind of like put it into that kind of vein because I think there's something outside of that, but it doesn't work in the either or category. I mean, if I'm gonna have to choose one category, I can't go lame or educated lame. He's definitely not that part.
No,
So,
your people are leveraging that language to cover up talking about people that live in the hood.
hold on, your people.
I call it like I see it. I
Come on,
shoot
man.
straight.
Come on now, the your people part. Now, just come on now. Like this is the Alder
How
Rim.
you want? How you want me to give it to you? How you want it?
Remember where we at. This is the Alder Rim to a degree. Yeah, I get it. Though. I get it. We in the neighborhood. We in the neighborhood though.
All right. I mean, like you said, no one will ever change my mind on it. I don't care how smart everybody think that they are. You're not changing my mind on that. You're covering up talking about people who live in the ghettos, period.
Right.
And just because somebody ends up successful, you're going to try to cover. Nah, get out of here with that nonsense. Yeah, that's that fake philosophy gibberish.
All right, so let's continue.
be coaching at a major like D1 school. Like
Fact.
Pookie and Ray Ray don't do that.
Then leverage it after his career to be a household name.
Pookie and Ray Ray get kicked out of the league after 2 or 3 years if they make it that far.
Pookie and Ray Ray.
He's reformed then. I got it.
Yeah. He's all about Americana. You know that. White people love Deion and hate him at the same time.
He's a capitalist.
He's not anti-establishment, say like a Michael Vick, right? Michael Vick is anti-establishment. Allen Iverson is the Pookie. They're the Pookie. They're the Pookie athletes. They're the Pookie. Ron Artest.
So athletes can be that.
Iverson is a Pookie.
But it's tied to failure though.
No.
If you're successful, you wash off the Pookie.
It doesn't have to be tied to favor. It's an attitude.
Man, stop playing with me,
No,
we ain't doing that. Nope.
Deion and LeBron James are probably cut out of the same kind of cloth.
Yeah.
Two Pookies and two Ray Rays.
No, they're not Pookie or Ray Rays. No, they got co-opted when they were young, so they're not street dudes.
Well, Pookie and Ray Ray are not coaching. That's the thing too. Like even if they stay in the league like an AI, like AI is not going to be a coach.
Pookie gonna say we talking about practice, man.
Practice, yeah.
It is DC tone. We're talking about practice, man.
Practice,
not a game. Not a game, bro. Practice, bro.
What's his name? Paradox. Pac-Man Jones. I don't know.
Pac-Man, Pac-Man Jones. That's a Pookie.
I love Pac-Man.
Got Pookies.
And then you got the borderline.
Pac-Man is on the Pat McAfee show too.
Yeah, Pac-Man, because they played together at West Virginia.
Yeah, I love Pac-Man. He's a good dude. Deion loves Pac-Man. That's his son to him, really. He loves Pac-Man.
Absolutely.
He almost started crying talking about him, bro. It's crazy.
I think Pac-Man he's the only reason why he was on the Cowboys team was Deion.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, people love Pac-Man. It's a good dude.
They got talent, man. You know, get talent waste. Yeah.
Pac-Man Jones.
Yeah,
always thank him for that playoff win.
But I'm loving it. I'm gonna clip that little piece. Do you believe now? Okay, you know. I will clip that one.
With Deion?
Deion. Oh yeah, man. You know what, man? The thing is that's the strike against the gynocracy, man, because you know that shit with the HBCUs and expecting people to come down and contribute for free and all that kind of shit. That's black female shit, you know.
All right. Now I want everybody to understand that was introduced into the discussion that we was having about Deion at that particular time. Now we're going to continue to play this, and I want you to kind of see where everybody sees where this actually goes and tells. So that was introduced, the black female, this and that other, the gynocracy. That's what that was. That's what this is a part of, and how it got lost into translation. So here we go.
You should do it for the culture and all that kind of stuff, and spend your money and cut the lawn and all that kind of crap, man. You know, instead of valuing for what he was, man. The golden, that's just the black culture, black gynocracy, and the black.
Now, how do we add? We've been talking about all this other stuff. How do we include the black gynocracy?
Because the stuff that they did is what black females do. You get a golden goose and they shit on the golden goose, man. But just Deion Sanders and what he attracted was $1 billion. If they just paid him what he was worth, okay, that's $1 billion.
They should have paid him more than what he was worth.
The thing is, not only did he take a pay cut, okay, but the thing is, he had to come out of his own pocket. Okay, that's silly. Okay. All the HBCUs together should have came in and paid that man a salary.
Have you been to Mississippi before? Okay. I want everybody to understand. When I'm listening to this, I'm trying to understand the angle of where it's coming from. We know about the culture. We know about the black family's dysfunction. That's already seeped into this. Now, we're talking about Deion Sanders, right? Paradox. We're talking about Deion, correct? Deion was raised by who?
Single mommy.
Right. He talks about who?
Mama. Big mama. In the ghetto.
Right. Now I wanna be clear. This is not a referendum on Deion, his attitude. This is what was introduced as something, a part of what the college issue as far as the economic dysfunction at HBCUs, which they have been suffering from since the inception of Black schools in this country, and to have that kind of reach to try to paint this as part of that issue, which is the gynocracy, which is the culture part, and to kind of attribute that to the economic dysfunction, which is basically tied to other things, is why I did this. That's why I had that kind of concern, because I knew that we was going off the track of what we was trying to demonstrate. Because if you're talking about the gynocracy, you got to understand that you're talking about Deion too. That's what I don't think guys understand.
Oh, let me ask you that.
Deion was not raised by a father. He was raised by a single mother. And he's steeped into the gynocracy culture. He's steeped into it
all the way.
But if that's what you want to use that as, this is part of what the gynocracy is, then yeah, Deion is part of that also. He's part of that so-called dysfunction.
I need to defend my stuff though. You threw me off, by the way. I'm trying to clean up. I don't even care about that.
I'm just playing it.
You gonna play my? You gonna put me?
This is for everybody to learn from. There's no, you know what I'm
saying? That's funny. No. The thing, because the thing is that, like, Deion, I think when he was younger, they had grabbed him and took him across town. So when he would come back, he would tell his, he was sort of, because he got more exposure, he would show his friends and his, you know what I'm saying, right? It started to make him see things a certain way. So I'm going to ask you this question, and I got myself and friends that was in certain environments and made it through different things or whatever, right? So are you cleansed? Were you cleansed from being Pookie and Ray Ray? Were you cleansed from it?
No.
And I'm gonna tell you why I say that. You know me, you got a buddy from Northeast, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, same thing we talking about, same thing, right? Same situation, right?
Yeah.
But because he could play ball, they took him down to what's the top school in Virginia in high school? What's that one down in Northern Virginia?
Oh man, I'm trying to think of it.
The main one in the Virginia.
It's
the big high school that everybody go to.
Yeah, it's either TC Williams or what's the other one? Not that one. I know he went to the other one though. I know what you're talking about. I can't remember at this particular moment. Yeah, I know he went to the other school.
So I mean, I know he's not cleansed. Obviously, personally, it's a ridiculous statement. But
yeah, that doesn't make.
So do you think he's cleansed out of his Pookie and Ray Rayness? You think he's cleansed from that? I mean, I know him, so I.
No.
Now he makes a couple $100,000 a year now, so I don't know if that gives him. I don't know if that cleans him or not, but
yeah.
But anyway, so he went to school there, obviously, but he's still from Northeast. He's still from Northeast, right?
Yeah.
And and he
Ebony N,
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. So he you know what I'm saying, right? So he went to college, of course, and and so forth and so on.
Yeah, we all.
And so that's my whole point, is that it's like I'm not speaking outside of anything. So to tell me something doesn't. You guys are trying to tell me something. And I'm like, what are y'all talking about? You think because you from the projects and some white person takes you across town or some black person takes you to another neighborhood that you still not what you are? You've been washed away. That's how you get cleansed. That's what I'm talking to you. Is that how you telling me? Because that's what you're telling me, right? That's how you get cleansed, right?
Hold on. See this?
When you went to your HBCU, all y'all from the hood got cleansed at Virginia State, right? All y'all got cleansed now, right? Man, get out of here with that, man. Y'all talking crazy, bro.
I could to be like, yo, DC, you ain't shit. He used to do that all the time. You Alabama Avenue, Pennsylvania, y'all all the time.
Ooh, Alabama Avenue, boy.
Oh my God, he used to do that all the time. He used to go hard on us, and I guess my whole problem with some of this, right, is that it gets conflated. I wanted to have a clean discussion. We know what that is already. Like there is no reason to bring that up in this kind of discussion.
Well, of course,
like I said, because at the end of the day, Deion is a main beacon of that. Michael Irvin, all these guys they stayed out the guy. I mean, if that's what you want to,
all your best athletes.
Yes. And especially Deion. Deion he's a self-proclaimed mama's boy.
Oh, for
mama,
sure.
Mama, all day long. My mama told me this.
They just beat Colorado State because talking about his mama, right?
Exactly.
The black man with the two parents in the suburbs was talking about his mama.
You can't make this up. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I thought it would be okay. That's not what we meant, but this is how it got conflated, and it turned into a discussion on PWIs and everybody that knows anything about colleges, black colleges in particular, and especially when you talk about the SWAC conference, when you talk about the Prairie Views of the world, Mississippi Valley State, Tennessee State, all these other schools that are part of that particular conference, Jackson State. Yeah, you got love for him, but there's only so much that Deion could do. He understands that it's a challenge. That's an acknowledgement. That's just a fact. There's no, all of the black schools coming together to pay for that. They don't even have clean water in Jackson. Where are your priorities at if that is the case? Because
blame that white governor that runs the state.
Exactly. And guess
maybe
what
he's a part of it too, though. I don't know.
I'm saying, but guess what we're not doing? We're blaming other poor black people for their dysfunction.
Maybe the governor is Pookie and Ray Ray. We just don't know it.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, how do we get off of that when basically Mississippi has been underfunding? I'm saying Mississippi has been underfunding Jackson State for 100 years.
Yes, systematically on purpose.
And we
terrorize.
And we obfuscate Brett Favre from the money that he trying to get from Southern Miss into the welfare. So he's taking money out of people that need it, whether you think they deserve it or not. And him and the governor are basically making rules and bending the rules in a way so he can create a volleyball facility for Southern Mississippi.
Why would you give Pookie and Ray? Why would you give Pookie and Keisha welfare though? Why would you? That's Brett Favre did a good job.
Are we the Klansmen? Are we now?
Not
a white? Are we now the black KKK? Is this what it's turned out to be now?
That's what it sounds like to me.
You see this? Broke genius. No shit, Sherlock. Broke genius. Jackson State was doing some of the same business though. You can't overlook that. Nobody's overlooking it, Bama. Let me not do that. Let me not go. Let me calm down.
Go southeast. Let them see your uneducated, your Pookie side.
Let me calm down. This is not. I'm sorry for name calling.
Your Pookie card.
No, because that's his thoughts. I'm sorry for name calling you, but you have to
VGQ, man. VGQ, bro.
You right, but you have to understand if somebody's already working at a deficit, why would you point the finger at them and not at the people that's basically stealing money from these people where the funds are supposed to be allocated to these schools the most?
It's designed that way. That's why.
You see what I'm saying?
It's programming.
Of course, they're going to get funding with the money. That is college. That is college. That is the college system. Everybody in these schools, they do that. Dude, you don't have to explain yourself. I did that for me. You know, that's not neither here or there. I'm trying to stick to the point about Jackson State doing that. HBCUs are economically dysfunctional. I spoke to that in the video. That's primarily what the issue was. Primarily.
And that's any system when you underfunded called the
but it was turned
hoods
into
and ghettos and so many other things that you don't fund.
But it was turned into a gender discussion. Don't you see that? It was turned into a gender discussion when it was not necessary to do that. It was not necessary. That's the whole point of us going back and going over this. Because see, this is the thing. We're not going to sit up here and try to make up anything. You get to hear it for yourself. That was brought up by BGS. We didn't bring that up. We was talking about it in a very constructive manner, trying to get to some truth as far as what was happening, why Deion is looked upon as the way that he's looked at. Because guess what? White people don't like Deion either. Best believe that, buddy.
Not since the 80s. Never did.
Best believe that, buddy.
All the way back to the 80s.
Yeah. So you have to be careful with this because the more he wins, the more it's gonna expose them. You got real bad coaching at the Power 5 conferences. You got what you called when they basically they hire each other because they're friendly with each other, they know each other, all these type of things. These people are not cool. These people are basically running a good old boy pipeline that's been running for years, man.
Decades.
Years. Hiring unqualified people learning on the job, stuff like that. And then you get somebody that know a little bit about football to get up in there, and then it turns it on its head because these guys don't know how to actually coach for real. They don't.
Nope. That's why their schemes and plays are working.
Dude,
that's why Shedeur said, this is my best game.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it at this, bro. Genius. You know, if you want, bro, when we drop the link, you can jump up. You can say what you got to say from there. But then you can keep twerking in the chat, man. Go ahead, let them live, man. It's all good. But yeah, it is what it is.
Did you say he was twerking?
Yeah, twerking in the chat. Yeah, twerking.
I thought you meant literally twerking.
Yeah, literally. I mean it like that. Yeah, literally. Yeah, like because I understand the energy. I understand where it's coming from. And like I said, this is not beef. What we're doing, we're not talking about beef here. You see what I'm saying? We're talking about economic dysfunction is going to create what you're talking about. So it's going to be exposed because they don't have the money to do all this. They don't have the money to move around funds like all these other schools do, and it doesn't really get shown or covered the same way. You see what I'm saying? You have to investigate these other schools because money is so in abundance there, but they're still doing the shady shit.
Super corrupt. Yeah,
they're still doing the shady shit. Because here's the question you need to ask: why are Black universities being underfunded? That's what you got to ask at that point.
To hold them back. I mean, it's obvious.
No, because this is the thing. And
why are public schools underfunded? I mean, you can see it everywhere. It ain't rocket science.
That's exactly.
Yeah, dysfunctional teachers, underpaid, overworked, unqualified, getting hired in these places. The kids can't read. I mean, come on, man, it ain't rocket science.
I think MOT was pointing that out, and that is the case. It is the same.
That's how you stifle Africa and other countries.
You be wondering, well, all these millions of dollars and stuff like that. And if you know anything about the government, funds get allocated all the time and they get de-obligated all the time. That means that the money wasn't either spent or the money basically getting pushed into different directions.
That's why you don't have Black media, because they don't give them any money.
But you got to understand that is at such a high level that everybody's involved in that. That is not a gender discussion. That's my point. That's the point. That's the point of what I'm trying to say. That has basically been covered up and made into a gender discussion when it's not.
Or you're trying to free people's minds who have been captured.
No, I'm not trying to free.
Yeah, that's what you're doing, because the reality is that if you're running a certain talking strategy, the goal is to bury and put people to sleep into a deeper sleep, Inception style. That's all.
Why would I fake put you out the matrix to put you back on the deeper end into the matrix? Why would I do that? Why would I run a psyops on you deeper than that? So I'm putting you in deeper than so-called the blue pill. I'm burying you past the actual reality that you already knew that you wasn't in. But you think that that's the higher truth when really basically you're buried into more delusion. That is what's happening to most of us. And this happens in conscious circles. This happens in manifest circles. This happens in Black silos, echo chambers. It happens because when you're not connected to the real world, you can do these things and you can get away with it. You can get away with it. That's why it doesn't line up. You can say stuff that's not true and people agree with it because they're in your so-called bubble and it just keeps supporting each other and it doesn't make sense. It's not reality. BGS knew what we meant when we talked about the Power 5 conferences against basically the SWAC. That's what you're talking about. That is no competition. That's not the same thing. That's what we meant. We're not talking about lowering Deion's standard when it comes down to that. Deion is a beacon. He is the light. He is basically what's holding everything up. But you cannot compare the money and the funding that these white universities have historically and up to the
private white high schools,
to what HBCUs
forget universities.
And to do
even that, Deion said that about the private white high school that he left.
Exactly. And to do that to the Black students that go to these schools, to Black people that came out of HBCUs, to the graduates that come out of these particular colleges, to do that is to speak to a form of anti-blackness, man, that we may not be able to actually look at ourselves and admit, man. That is something where we're basically running cover for white failure. Seriously, bro. And that's why I wanted to play this video. So let's get back into it. What's your point, Broken Jeans? I'd like to hear it. You can come up though, bro. When we drop the link, we'll come up and we'll let you have your say, and we can go at it from there.
Add comment article.
I've been worse, man. My folks come from Shreveport, Louisiana.
No, that's different though. Shreveport, Louisiana is totally different than Mississippi.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Hold on.
It's a country town.
Hold on. No. See, this what I'm saying. Like I try to. There's certain things that I hear, and this is what I'm saying. Like that has nothing. Jackson State situation has nothing to do with the black granocracy. Trust me on that. That's a swag. That's a very masculine black men thing that happened with the black men that were jealous of him there. That in the swag. Hold on.
Okay. You always say hold on when you interrupt me.
Because
come on.
I did not interrupt you.
Yes, you did.
Now, for the record, I was speaking. BGS said that I interrupted him. That is not what happened here. I know that gets said a lot about me interrupting him, right? Did I interrupt him, Paradox? Or was I talking and then he basically came in and then I basically tried to continue my point? Paradox, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You interrupt them all the time.
No, I'm being for real. Let's be for real now. Because that's something that I made sure.
You just played the video, so people can interpret it. I mean, clearly you didn't. I'm just saying, you know.
All right.
You do interrupt me a lot, though. I'm just trying to give people good clips to snip.
All right.
Yes.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. And you said I was talking at co-opted when they were young, so they're not street dudes.
Well, Pookie and Ray Ray are not coaching. That's the thing too. Like even if they stay in the league like an AI, like AI is not going to be a coach.
Pookie gonna say we talking about practice, man.
Practice, yeah.
It is DC tone. We're talking about practice, man.
Practice,
Not a game, bro. Practice, bro.
No.
What's his name? Pac-Man Jones. I don't know.
Pac-Man, yeah, Pac-Man Jones. That's a Pookie.
I love Pac-Man.
Yeah, Pookies.
And then you got the borderline.
You know, Pac-Man is on the Pat McAfee show.
Yeah, Pac-Man, yeah, because they played together in West Virginia.
Played this.
Yeah, no, I'm just going back for a reason.
Dion loves Pac-Man. That's his son to him, really. He loves that man.
Absolutely.
He almost started crying talking about him, bro. It's crazy.
I think Pac-Man he's the only reason why he was on the Cowboys team was Dion.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, people love Pac-Man. It's a good dude.
They got talent, man. You know, get talent waste. Yeah.
Pac-Man Jones.
Yeah,
always thank him for that playoff win.
But I'm loving it. That's how I'm gonna clip that little piece. Do you believe now? Okay, you know. I will clip that one.
With Dion?
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. Good. You know what, man? The thing is that's a strike against the gynocracy, man. Because you know that shit with the HBCUs and expecting people to come down and contribute for free and all that kind of shit. That's black female do shit. You know, you should do it for the culture and all that kind of stuff and spend your money and cut the lawn and all that kind of crap, man. You know, instead of valuing for what he was, man. You get the golden. That's just the black culture, black gynocracy, and the black.
Now, how do we add? We've been talking about all this other stuff. How do we include the black gynocracy?
Because the stuff that they did is what black females do. You get a golden goose and they shit on the golden goose, man. But just Deion Sanders and what he attracted was $1 billion. If they just paid him what he was worth, okay, that's $1 billion.
They should have paid him more than what he was worth.
The thing is, not only did he take a pay cut, okay, but the thing is, he had to come out of his own pocket. Okay, that's silly. Okay. All the HBCUs together should have came in and paid that man a salary.
Have you been to Mississippi before?
I've been worse, man. My folks come from Shreveport, Louisiana.
No, that's different though. Shreveport, Louisiana is totally different than Mississippi.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Hold on.
It's a country town.
Hold on. No. See, this what I'm saying. Like I try to. There's certain things that I hear, and this what I'm saying. Like that has nothing. Jackson State situation has nothing to do with the black granocracy. Trust me on that. That's a swag. That's a very masculine black men thing that happened with the black man that was jealous of him there. That in the swag. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
You always say hold on when you interrupt me.
Because
Come on.
I did not interrupt you.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. Now, I played that back for a reason. Now, everybody can make their decision on this. This is what I'm saying. These are the facts. These are the facts. I was in the middle of actually talking. And when I was trying to complete my point, BGS felt like I was interrupting him. I get it, but that's not what happened. That's not what happened. That's not accurate. That's not true.
Yes, you did. And you said, I was talking. You said, have you been to Mississippi? You did, but it's okay. Go ahead, man. Oh, I wanted to make my point. You said, how do I actually blend that into the black gynocracy? Black gynocracy is just not just female. The whole culture is female led. That's female shit that just happened. Okay, that's female shit. That's not masculine shit. That's female shit. The jealousy and all that kind of crap. That's female stuff. But go ahead.
Nah, you know what? It's not even worth it. I'm not gonna argue that point. You know, you said what you said. This is me trying to move past that point. I want everybody to understand this. This is me trying to move past it. I even though I did not interrupt BGS, and BGS, this is like I said, this is not beef. This is just setting the record straight. I did not interrupt you, sir. I did not. But being that I still basically gave you room, I said, you know what? I'm not gonna get in the way. I'm gonna let you finish. Because I understand that when you hear me say things that's going to be, I guess, maybe opposite of what your point is, that you feel like it's interrupting you, and that's not what took place here. That's not accurate. So I just want to make sure that that's on record. That's on record.
Paradox actually agrees with me. That's because
Paradox don't agree with you, man.
All right, well, let Paradox speak for himself. But what I'm saying is, the thing is, he's a famous guy, NFL guy. He's got a lot of eyeballs coming to him, right? NFL, ESPN, all these cameras come to little bitty Jackson State, man. That's money, okay? And not only do you not pay him, okay, because he took a pay cut, he got to come out of his pocket. And the deal that you put on the table, you abrogate that, okay?
But I mean, I think
that's the gynocracy, man.
Well, but I mean, when you look at
gynocracy,
it is the gynocracy.
How are black women involved?
The gynocracy is the culture. It's not just black.
How
women.
is the black women's culture involved in that?
It's because that's female shit that black women do. Okay, on a daily.
Now, I want everybody to understand that this is the crux of our disagreement, right? Is it economic dysfunction that was at Jackson State that was at play, that what we was talking about, or was it so-called the black gynocracy? You guys decide who's making a reach here, who's making a reach, and who's basically trying to create a logical fallacy.
The basis that black men have adopted, okay? It's female shit.
But BGS, here's the thing, like I don't see how you tied to that, only because like with Jackson, like I hate to say it. That's unfortunately some of the leadership that we have in place in some of our institutions that like just do like are more interested in empowering themselves than anyone else. You know, kind of my way or the highway in their mentality, and it's just we see that all the time. I don't see how it ties into DC's point with like black women. Unfortunately, that's how
I would do one even better. Let me talk real quick. I would do one even better.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna make that correlation as far as saying that's female shit, what they were doing, the jealousy and all that type of stuff, then you have to make the same correlation with all the SEC coaches, the Clemsons talking about all the money being basically done through the transfer portal, them bitching about that. That is basically white female led too, right? You're gonna make the same correlation as far as them being jealous that way too, because this goes all the way back. Alabama and Auburn, they are very petty. College rivalries are very petty, very, very jealousy
driven, very kind of feminine, kind of, you could put feminine attributes onto this. They real petty in the way that they act. Yeah, nah, you know, go Tide and all this type of shit. That's why I asked if you ever been down there. A lot of this is just having to do with the culture itself in college football and college athletics. If you bring out that kind of energy, anybody that gets more shine than so-called the established coaching, like Nick Saban got jealous. What's the other one? Dabo Swinney. Yeah, these are white coaches, so-called. I guess
they try to destroy them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So are they feminine too? Are these the same? So you can't attribute just that just to be put on to just the black binoculars. I'm not defending it here or there. I'm saying, yeah.
Where's the bomb sound effect? Where is the bomb sound effect? Where is the lie? Where did I say that was incorrect here? That's what I'm saying. Now, this is not beef. Like I need to repeat this. This is not to try to make somebody look bad. But
sounds beefy to me. Sounds
we were lied on though. That's what I'm saying. We was lied on. Stuff that we did not say was basically be attributed to us and trying to make Deion look a certain way when we was basically trying to protect Deion. I don't get that part.
Well, how much conflation are you talking about? And what I mean is that men having men in situations being emotional, would you tie that to what he's talking about though? Like, is it two different things? Because obviously men have emotions. Can you hear me? Am I there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how two men get into a fight, or two men, try to bankrupt each other through the court system, or sleep with somebody else. You know, you sleep with some dude's wife because you're trying to get back at him.
Yeah.
Are those? Do you get to pick and choose? Do you want to classify those as feminine traits, or as him being like a bitch because he's doing certain behaviors?
But that's what I'm saying. We picking and choosing. We do it all the time. That's my point. That if you,
presidents do it, kings do it, people do it. I don't know. Are you conflating the emotion to a system or?
But I didn't make the correlation though, Paradox. That's my point.
Got you.
That was never an argument that we made. That's the reason why. That's the reason why I basically just flipped it and just say that this is the same thing that happens on colleges, on white universities too. It's not just a black university thing. The economic dysfunction rears its ugly head because you start to wonder.
White men are the most vindictive, petty, bitch-made, emotional faggots.
Keep going
in this country.
Keep going.
I couldn't think of any other adjectives.
Serial killers, because they're talking to Pookie.
Oh yeah, serial killers for sure.
You want to kill the whole school up because they don't like you. They like the black athlete.
Yes, for sure. All day.
4 or 5 touchdowns, but you want to kill the whole school. You want to kill Becky and everybody, and all them, the popular jocks and all that. Because you know what that means, right? You know what that means. That's what I'm saying. So what?
But how do you find the high school white boy that shoots up a school because Pookie smashes girl?
No, but it's like I said, it's part of all of the same thing. I agree.
What do you call that? That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, no,
what do you call white men who are pedophiles? What do you call white men who are psychopaths? What do you call white men who feel like they're less than a man, which is most of them? How do you define it?
I call it American culture.
Or what system would that be? What you put them in?
I call it American culture. I call it American culture that tries to hide.
Because they're some of the most devious, deceptive human beings in this country, for sure. Very weak and manipulative. Very weak. White men are very weak.
Very emotional. Very
simp-like behavior. Very conniving because they don't have the attributes that they need to get females or to get success, for that matter. Even though they need systems to do it, because many of them are dysfunctional and ignorant, and so they have systems in place to support them, to baby them, to care for them, and to sort of get them through this process to get them to their success.
So
we see it every day.
So that's why when you scale up, you say, well, you're holding black men to a standard that you can't even hold white men to.
Absolutely not.
And they the ones with the so-called resources here. And they're the ones still crying and bitching about not getting women, not doing this. That's stuff that's basically.
Not only that, you got white men who have agreed to be stay-at-home dads, and
that's what I'm
saying. Park over here in my park over here. You got these white dudes with the little things with the babies on.
And we're
like,
the
be a man.
and we're the ones stuck with the survivors. We're the ones stuck with the strivers' guilt as black men.
No,
So you're gonna
that's
make
stupid.
black men hold it for them too? What the fuck? That's what I don't understand about it. That's my point. You could put feminine traits on all of it. If that's
especially white men, especially
what you call the gynocracy, what happened at Jackson State, you can basically put in your other schools, but they don't have the economic dysfunction to show the pettiness that they go through, but they do all kinds. It's on record. It's on record. The stuff that they do.
Yeah. Remember the peeping toms and the guys who do the flashing and all that weird stuff.
Lane Kiffin,
weird sexual fantasies.
To coach the team, right? I think it was somewhere in Florida, and then he leaves within the middle of the year. No explanation, just gets up, pack up, leave, and go somewhere else because he can. That's what I'm saying. Stuff like that. That's bitch made shit. You're not true to your word. You're not keeping your promise. You don't even stay for a year. You promised those kids that you recruited, I'm going to be here for at least 2 to 3 years to see you through, help you get to your pro career, help you be the best man that you can be. You sat in front of these parents and you lied to them, stuff like that. Not to say that I'm saying this is part of college football. I'm just bringing up what is part of college football already. Like we didn't see what's that, Blue Chips with Nick Nolte and all that type of shit,
Yeah.
They did the program, how do you basically put.
But maybe if white men do it, the perception that it's masculine because they're white men and they're better than us.
Oh yeah, I got it. The John Wayne syndrome.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, John Wayne, good old John Wayne. I got it. So maybe it's me. Maybe I don't understand.
It's really just called worshiping whiteness.
Stupid.
They just don't realize that's what people are doing. So
I think what it is, man. DC is just a city nigga that's stupid, don't really have an understanding of nothing, and that's what it is. Yeah, that's it. That's what it is. Yeah. I don't read at a high level. I don't have my comprehension skills are not up to par.
But that's crazy.
Let's continue. You had anything else you wanted to say before we continue on? Because we don't have too much more of this, and we're gonna move on though.
No, we can close it out. I'm burnt out on it.
You burnt out on it?
I mean, it's cool. It's all good. It's content, so I ain't mad at it.
All right, so let me skip it. I think there's one more part that I wanted to kind of illustrate. Then we can move on from it. Fair use. Can you call fair use on yourself? Fair use.
Yeah, there are cultural elements of our culture that are feminine led, true, but in this instance I don't see the correlation.
Okay. The thing is there's jealousy and backbite in all cultures, right? But when it comes down to the motherfucking money, right, white men line up behind that goddamn money. If your program is down or your whole league is down, right, and a superstar comes into your midst where you all can make money, they're all gonna line up behind that money. They are.
I agree with that. Yeah, I do agree with that. Because Auburn and Alabama will work together.
When it comes with them, now when we all making money and we rivals back and forth, now we can talk shit. But thing is, when it comes down to line up, we got a superstar. They're gonna make that money. They're gonna line up and make that money. Okay.
I want to say this though, because the other HBCU like football coaches did not like Deion when he came in. They did not like Deion at all, and they did kind of help push him out. I will say that was something about that.
When we say help push him out, I mean,
his welcome. When he didn't like when he was trying to say he's expand HBCU football, that he's not SWAT and everything. All like that.
That was Alabama State coach who said that. Like he was pissed off after a win. But
other people backed him up on that.
No. I'm saying like. I don't know if that was the complete sentiment of everyone in the SWAC. That was, Eddie Robinson made that comment.
Renaissance man is too rational, man.
I mean,
it makes me sick.
I think there was some animosity amongst players and jealousy, but I think that always kind of happens.
I want to be clear. I want to be clear and accurate on this. Mm-hmm. There are college programs that have done white college programs that have done everything in their power to destroy their rivals. That is absolutely not true. I could give you too many examples. When they went through the probation, when SMU was the powerhouse it was, they got destroyed by other white colleges.
Yeah, they nuked that school.
Remember
They
that?
nuked them.
And this is Eric Dickerson, Craig James, and them and all that.
The Pony Express.
They weren't coming together on we all together type of shit. No, destroyed them. Destroyed them. Ruined. They can never have a college program anymore. They have to develop themselves from the ashes. And you're not going to get any help. Any help.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
This goes back and forth. When Auburn basically got buried by Alabama, no help in Alabama with their program. Even though they're competitive, sometimes they have to go outside of Alabama to recruit. But no, you get no help. This is not just this type of pettiness of trying to push somebody out. White coaches get pushed out of programs in the D1 strata all the time. Rooting out of in Florida when he got pushed out. It happens when he got pushed out of Tennessee. It happens. This is college.
So are we trying to define male competition then? Maybe we should look at it from a different angle of what does male to male competition look like, and how does it play out?
That's not the point I was making, though. That's not the point I was making.
I just want to say this though. Even though when Alabama pushed Auburn out of the SEC because they make money from the Iron Bowl, still they may disable them and stop them from growing, but they not want them to be kicked out of the SEC because that's their oldest rival. So even though they do all that, they still want to keep them inside that group. They still want to do business. They may take away like all their competition so they can't recruit in Alabama. Yes, they do dirty business, but they're not going to do it where they're going to kick them out of the SEC.
We're talking about the same energy that Deion received when he was at Jackson State, correct?
No, we're not.
Yep.
No, we're not. No, because it goes beyond just what the other coaches did, what Jackson State itself did to him. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. The pettiness that's also inside Jackson State. Okay, not just the other coaches, not the rivalry. But you get a golden goose and you treat him like he's a mud duck. Okay, which made no sense. Okay. The deal he had with the tickets, okay, makes a little bit more money. He had to come out of his pocket.
He cooking you, man.
Right? Okay, he did that. The thing is, the deal that you cut with the Deion that's going to make you a whole ton of money. They went behind the back and actually did dirty stuff behind that stuff. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. Because Colorado didn't do that shit. Colorado said, here's $30 million. We don't even know how we're going to get the money, but we believe in you because you're going to actually make us some money. And they believe that. And that's what Jackson State didn't do, even though they had a discount rate. And then they
cooking y'all, man.
Way out.
So it doesn't show.
You say what now?
He cooking right now. Very
cooking,
persuasive. Just persuasive in general.
He's cooking on what? How was he cooking right there?
Got that smooth voice, man. He bring you that heat.
How was
bringing you some heat?
But how was he? Was it true though? Was it accurate? There's a lot of leaps. There's a lot of leaps in stuff that you're making there as far as like the things that we said.
Because you know why I was leaning his way is because I'm more idealistic with trying to make something work, and you guys really came in technical,
Okay. Number one.
That was just from my. Y'all was talking about something a little bit different, but my whole thing was still more idealistic of why can't we? And then you guys broke down the complexity of it.
Number one, this is all tied to the gynocracy argument. Remember,
I know
the foundation of this.
Yeah, I know.
You can't lose that point because when you get into the other stuff, then it becomes something else. That's what I'm saying. That's what it's become.
Smooth operator, baby.
What I'm saying. The gynocracy argument turned into now the funding to now the eyeballs and now the argument against power conference and stuff like that. That is all theory that wasn't proven. It's not proven. It's not proven overall that was going to be the case, and that was even Deion's motivation. Deion said that the reason why he left was for a better opportunity. Better opportunity. Not necessarily the money. You can make that leap and say that it was all about the money and the finances and stuff like that and the struggles. He said it wasn't all strictly about that. It was other things in place that he did not like. You see what I'm saying? That was things that he did not see moving fast enough for him and for his children to benefit from. Sadir, if I knew that Sadir was this good, Sadir is to me, the best quarterback in college football. Hands down.
Yes. Shador. Yeah.
Yeah, Shador. Transitional, shotgun, under the center. He does it all already.
Yeah, he reading defense is crazy.
That's what I'm saying. So when he goes
Pre-snap.
into the league, they're going to be basically coaching him on the minute things. They don't even have to even change anything from his general stance. He has a solid rocket arm. And what I mean by that, he can throw it 50 yards down the line on a rope. He has a top 5 all-star. I don't know how this happened. I don't know how these schools, but they must. That's what I'm saying.
No, Deion. No, I told no. I told you what Deion said. If his name was not attached to Sanders, he would have been ranked 5-star because he's a black man who is a superstar. They purposely suppressed him.
Yeah.
And he knew it. He knew from day one. He knew it when he was going to these white colleges, and they was trying to like kind of put his son to the side, and they didn't even want to really see him. Which is what the TSU guys did to him.
Yeah. So here's the thing that I think is getting kind of confused. The money part is not the only reason why Deion left the school. Is what I'm saying. That's my perspective on it. I could be incorrect on that, but I admit that I could be incorrect on that. I'm not saying it to you like it's a fact.
As far as what him leaving for the money.
Because that's what I'm saying. Because a lot of people say he's left because he wasn't getting paid as much, or he paid half his salary, this and that other. And this is stuff that Jackson State did not ask him to do. He did that because he saw there was a need for it. That's what I'm saying. He decided to do that. But like you were saying, his kids are on a fast track, like I told you before, and he had to make some power moves because he knew once he saw everything. And remember, he said, I had conference calls with all the presidents of the schools. I talked to everybody. Once he realized that it's going to take a very long time to do what needs to be done, probably 10 years, if not longer than that, maybe 20. Right.
He knew that he had to make a move. He had to make a power move because he saw that they don't have the infrastructure. It's just no infrastructure. You know, he's a very big. Maybe he talked about it before. Big businesses coming to a small place, they can't handle it. They have to. They can't. That's why they don't go to a lot of places because they don't have infrastructure. It takes too long to do it. Costs too much.
And asking the other HBCUs that's already at an economic deficit,
they would have bankrupted them probably
to fill in that gap. Doesn't benefit them. That's what I'm saying. And you can't attribute that just to black female gynocracy or stuff like that. That's where I didn't want to go with it because that's kind of covering. That's cover for this. Because what's the primary issue with HBCUs, even at its core, is the funding that they haven't received from the actual national government. That's the problem.
Yes.
That's the issue.
Well, maybe that ties into what they're talking about though, does it?
But it wasn't said though. That's what I'm saying. It was all blamed on who was the blame for this, man? It was other black people, right? No, I'm saying other black people being dysfunctional to each other, which there is that. That's what I'm saying. There is that part of it. But I'm saying it comes from somewhere. There is a history tied to it. All that, you're not swag and stuff like that.
But maybe if black folks is less dysfunctional, maybe white folks would treat us better and give us the money we need. The federal government give us our money. If we behave correctly.
And the evidence of that would be 1920, the 1919 Red Summer, when black GIs were coming back from World War I, and they had their stripes and bars on, and they still got lynched in these cities and stuff like that, all over Chicago, all over Washington D.C., St. Louis. They took a major offense to
when we were functional,
basically. Yeah, the black people being functional. Yeah, they took high offense to it. The whole Tulsa riot was all about uppity Negroes thinking that they was better than the so-called dregs of the white society that was in that business district. How dare you look down on me? Yeah, I see how you're looking at our women.
Because white dysfunction is massive,
and the fragility, right? So now you're talking about the sensitivity where even for gazing at my woman, I'm not going to take your job away from you. I'm going to take your life.
Right.
And your balls, and parade them, and send a picture to everybody around to parade this and show this is what true masculinity is. See, you see how we can extrapolate this? You see what I'm saying? Yes. You see how we can kind of make it move around and make it really mean something, because that is what we're talking about, by the way. Right?
Well, you're putting burdens on people too, because somebody might say, by you
let's be honest here, right? University of Maryland to the University of Texas, they didn't integrate their schools until into the late 50s.
Yeah.
Now let's not forget about that. So when the athletic drain came on the HBCUs, right? When they started to kind of pluck away because they had those resources, it wasn't anything that was basically
they took all the cream,
right,
baby.
Right.
They took all the cream.
They said, "Oh, we're going to get all the talent." So, all the guys that went to Alabama A&M, that went to Jackson State. So here's the SWAC, because the SWAC has a very storied history, especially early in the 50s, in the 40s, in the 60s. Most of those kids, these are like our grandfathers and older people. Most of those men and women that graduated from those universities were very successful in white establishments, especially once they integrated. They were the best, and it was clear once they integrated. Most of the football players that came from the SWAC in general, because think about it, you have Alabama A&M, Alabama State, Bethune-Cookman, Florida A&M, Jackson State, Mississippi Valley State, Alcorn State, University of Arkansas Pine Bluff, Grambling State. Now, Grambling State University by itself, with Eddie Robinson, with the great ancestor Eddie Robinson Jr., right? How many Hall of Famers they got to their name at that school? Come on now.
That's too many. I know.
Come on now. Jerry Rice.
But you drain the talent. That's the strategy.
Jerry Rice went to Mississippi Valley State. Jerry Rice, the best receiver in the National Football League in the world, the best receiver that ever lived. Jerry Rice, Mississippi Valley State. One of the best running backs, and some people say the best running back that ever lived. Walter Payton, Jackson State University.
Oh, yeah.
The first black quarterback to win a Super Bowl, Grambling State University. Those are facts. Facts.
Oh, absolute facts.
Steve McNair, Alcorn State University. Almost won the damn Heisman. Now, you want to talk about being a supernova in a small pond? Almost won the damn. He was invited to. Remember, he went to the Heisman Trophy ceremony. Should have won that motherfucker. Nobody was better than him. Nobody was better than him that year. I think it was Steve with the Florida dude that won the that ended up being drafted by the Washington football team. I think he won he ended up winning the Heisman. I forget his name, but I think he played for Steve Spurrier. Yeah.
It's gonna come to him in a second. I forgot about him.
You can't even compare the two.
No, it's ridiculous.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's just like brain draining other civilizations around the world and why they can't develop. It's the same concept. And like I said, man, I'm not gonna. I mean, we wasted too much time on it, man. I'm done with it.
Well, you're in a good pocket right now. You kind of move beyond that stuff anyway. You need to stay where you are because you're hitting on a lot of points when it comes to so-called black community. Because maybe integration ended the black community before it got started.
Yeah, that's a whole.
And so we're holding on to burdens and using that language and calling it dysfunctional, but it was designed that way once those decisions happened back then. So you're carrying burdens and you're mad at other blacks for no reason. You're confused. That was the whole point. The bigger picture anyway, in my opinion.
So we can't even get to the problem we want to obfuscate it on. I'm not going to even say the word on that instead of looking at what really happened to Jackson State at that particular time. I mean, there's a lot of history with Jackson State, a lot of history. They got Hall of Famers that went to that school before Deion got there. That's just a fact. That's the truth. Walter Payton is considered one of the greatest running backs that ever lived. Went to a HBCU into the 70s, by the way. We're not talking about the 60s. He was there in the 70s. The same with Jerry Rice, the 70s, not the 60s. He should have went to a power university, but he decided to go to Mississippi Valley State. Okay, that's cool. Great player. Shannon, what school? Shannon went to Savannah State. Savannah State. I don't think Savannah State is in the SWAC, but you get my drift. I mean, it goes on and on and on. I mean, the talent is there. You're going to see it. Deion had to get his son to a bigger stage. Sadir may actually, if he continues on the track that he's on right now, man, he's a possibility to win the Heisman Trophy. he's that good. He's that good. He's better than all the other college kids. It's clear to me. I know a lot of people are going to say the kid out in USC, and I think there's another kid that plays, I want to say either at Oregon or one of these other places that is pretty good that they're about to play. But still, I mean, you cannot deny the talent that Deion's kid has. I mean, if he's at one of these other schools, man, they would be. Can you imagine him at Georgia or something? Georgia, Florida. Can you imagine him in one of these schools, man? Jeez. It'll be out of control, bro. It'll be out of control. Anyway. Yeah, go ahead and drop that link, man. We can drop that link, and anybody that want to come up and discuss, man, we'd be more than willing to have a conversation. But I just wanted to go ahead and get the record clear about what we meant from what the whole. Yeah, you was on mute. But I want to say, go ahead.
I was gonna say Shedora. If they would have got their hands on Shedora in high school, them white boys would have destroyed him. Because they have systems in place to manage black quarterbacks or black people just in general. Because I think they even use so-called HBCUs as an extraction point to get black people into their system. It's more of a school that houses black people than it being our thing, in my opinion. You understand what I'm saying? So, and they do that all over the world. Really, people think it's theirs, but it's really not. You're being used, basically, and they give you pride, and you call it whatever you call it, but you're being used. And with Shedora, with the Shedora thing, is that when Shedora, if they would have got their hands on Shedora, he would be a running quarterback.
Yeah,
they would have ruined him on purpose.
They probably
They do not want him to compete with white quarterback football legacies and stuff. Yeah. And most of our black quarterbacks have, outside of Dak Prescott, most of our black quarterbacks have been destroyed. And they make them running backs that throw the football.
You see it happening to Justin Fields in the league now.
It happened to Justin Fields, exactly.
Yeah.
And so now you get Deion, who's exposing them, and I want more people to talk about, like, ask that. Someone should be asking, because they're going to try to use Shedora's like, oh, it's just natural, it's God gifted. It is. We're doing that now with that too.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? They're going to try not to really discuss, well, why aren't other black kids who play quarterback, why do most of them look like this and he looks like that?
Right.
And someone needs to ask Deion that, so Deion can, because Deion know what the football guy, they know what they're doing to them, they just don't have any power. And by him protecting his son, because Deion understood, right? Isn't that funny that a guy who ran track, a guy who played cornerback, didn't make his son mimic Michael Vick? Isn't that strange that he picked Tom Brady? Isn't it? No one's asking that question.
Strange.
Isn't that an odd thing?
Absolutely.
As athletic as he is, and as athletic as Shedora is.
Ding, 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 ding. Come on now.
That's how white deception works. That's how this works. That's how this system works.
And to reiterate our point, go ahead and drop the share screen. You can go ahead and drop the link to anybody, but I'm going to kind of go through this article real quick also to kind of reiterate our point through the evidence, man. Because that's the point that I was making overall. Actually, this is
well, that's the more important point. The other stuff is irrelevant.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
In the real world,
we can make our kind of synopsis about what we think may have happened, what could have happened, what this was, this and that other. But there are some facts that are ironclad that speaks to the dysfunction of Jackson State and the other black colleges that are currently up, man. And that is something that's outside of black people's control.
Always has been.
So I really want to show this really quick. You have it up, right?
Yeah.
Now I want to make sure that I say this for primary source kind of retention, because I think that this is being used now because people are saying, hey, your sources are limited or this and that other is not being checked. Okay, people know who Forbes is, right? Everybody know who Forbes is, right? Okay. These are not contributors. This is the senior. I'm a senior editor in charge of Forbes education coverage. Susan Adams, Hank Tucker, Forbes staff. So these are their main stalwarts on the case, investigating how America cheated its black colleges. That's part of the article. We can kind of get into it real quick, though. But let me just run through this. Inside the men's dormitory at Tennessee State University, the heating and cooling unit is rusted and relic from the 1960s. Nearby in the studio art building, yellow paint is peeling off the cracked plaster walls. 2/3 of our building are in a substantial need of repair, says Glenda Glover, president of the Historically Black Institution in Nashville. A contracting firm recently pegged the bill for TSU's deferred maintenance at $427 million, a nearly unreachable sum for a school with an operating loss of more than $80 million a year on just $116 million in revenue and a puny $63 million endowment. For years, there have been a lack of funding, Glover says. There has been neglect. Most of America's 100 historically Black colleges and universities are struggling financially. Now comes the shadow of violence. Bomb threats were made against several HBCUs 3 times in the last 4 weeks, including 6 on Monday, at least a dozen on Tuesday. The first day of Black History Month, investigators have yet to find an explosive or identify suspects, but campus disruptions are more burden for the schools. Nationwide, roughly half of them are private institutions with negligible regular funding from the government. But TSU is one of the 18 public land grant HBCUs founded in the 19th century by state legislatures in the South as counterparts to then exclusively white schools like the University of Tennessee in Knoxville, North Carolina State in Raleigh. All land grant schools, whether Black or white, were created with the same purpose: to foster agricultural research and instruction. Most receive their annual appropriations from the state legislatures in a single lump sum. The record of those appropriations and the side-by-side existence of these historical white and historically Black public schools allowed Forbes to make apples-to-apple comparisons of per-student funding levels by the various states. Between 1987, the earliest year for which comprehensive data are available, and 2020, the 18 Black schools were underfunded by an aggregate of $12.8 billion adjusted for inflation. Over those 33 years, TSU received $1.9 billion less than it should have. Let me repeat that. TSU received $1.9 billion less than it should have. Had it been funded at the same per student level as the University of Tennessee, the worst off North Carolina Agriculture and Technical State University, shout out to NC-A&T, good school, by the way, in Greensboro, founded in 1891. Since 1987, it has been underfunded by an inflation-adjusted total of $2.8 billion. It is not uniformly bad news. Schools in 2 states, Delaware and Ohio, were not underfunded at all. I wonder why. To some extent, the greater state funding of the predominantly white land grant schools can be explained by those institutions' strength as research universities. A handful of states, like North Carolina, reward that strength with the extra dollars earmarked for research. In 2020, for example, the North Carolina legislature gave NC State just 7% of whose 32,000 students are Black, an extra $79 million for research, 15% of its total state appropriation, less than 5% of its $1.6 billion operating budget. By contrast, it gave NC-A&T, the Black land grant school, the nation's largest HBCU with 11,700 students, just $9.5 million for research, amounting to 10% of its state appropriation. But explaining away funding disparities because of research money is a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. The white institutions' ability to host research in their gleaming state-of-the-art laboratories is the result of decades of generous funding by the states, while researchers at the counterpart HBCUs have been starved for cash. Okay. So here's the
DC, I just had one quick thing to say.
Yes, sir.
I didn't hear the word gynocracy mentioned one time in that article.
we're gonna try to move. We're gonna try to move past that. I think we elocuted the point enough with that. I think that
yeah, Complex, you're a troublemaker, so yeah, we moving on.
I honestly, dude, I thought I was just pointing out a fact. I didn't mean to start trouble. I didn't mean to start trouble. I just thought I was pointing out a fact. That's all.
Facts aren't real in these spaces. Facts aren't real in these spaces, bro.
You know, it's all
niggas is fantasizing.
Well, then DC just wasted his time reading an article from Forbes, right?
Delusions of grandeur.
Well,
I would say delusions of grandeur.
Be tested, that's going to be tested. These sources are. This is not really legitimate sources. This is hiding the facts. So go ahead.
In Forbes.
You can't make it up. It's going to be said.
Go ahead. No, you got it. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, but that's going to be said. So that I'm just trying to let them know how people move the argument, because that was what the crust of this was. You can't compare HBCUs to Power 5 universities.
You cannot.
It doesn't make sense to do that.
Well, but here's the thing, and I'm going to say this. I'm going to shut up. If what you're going to do though is use the gynocracy, and I'm throwing this in air quotes, as sort of like the impetus for all of this, then that means that when we refer to articles like this, right, that point to economic and financial deficiencies with HBCUs, I better hear something about the gynocracy. That's all.
I mean, yeah, I got you. I understand. Trust me, I understand, bro.
Complex, you are a troublemaker.
and like I said, I know that there are personal things that go on with especially, and I know you don't think of it like that, but I mean, clearly there's an issue with BGS, the Black Brain Trust, and now it's an issue between, I would say, me and BGS, because of how it's always seemed to be this kind of back and forth, and I try not to get into it. As you saw in the video, I was trying my best not to do it. I said,
we don't have no issues, man. We're all brothers here.
No, I get it, but I'm saying this is going to be basically, they saying this about you, BGS. They're talking bad about you. They're talking down on you.
But like you said, if it's bitch made dudes saying that to BGS, then obviously him as a man is not going to really listen to that, right? Because you got a bunch of bitch minions who on the internet, they go and whine and complain to people all day to create drama because they're bitches. I guess it is what it is. So he shouldn't have to worry about any of that, right? So it's all good.
Hold on. Paradox. Think about how many times this has been. Think about how many times we basically being used as just a ideological play dummy within this, and basically been insulted. We've been insulted. We don't know about politics.
Yeah.
We're from this area. We don't know politics. We work.
Our families are in politics. It's stupid. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's ridiculous.
Who
cares?
It's stuff that I want to say, but it's just like come on, man.
Real quick.
Well, the problem is you can't. You just cannot.
Let Jay Sean go. Complex, you in time out, man.
My bad. I didn't know Jay Sean was. That's my bro, man.
Go ahead, Jay Sean, and then Complex. You come after.
Say this real quick, because what you just said, DC, is the same thing that happened to me. I've been in operations. You know where I work at. I work in DOD.
Yeah.
I've been doing operations for 20 years. And I was told I don't know what I'm talking about. And that's the problem with the space. It's one of the main reasons why I don't come around no more is because the space is upside down. Okay. All right. I can't do it. If we was in the streets, you don't follow people or listen to people who don't have a proven track record. That's in the streets or corporate America. It doesn't matter.
Right.
If we had an election tomorrow, and I'm gonna shut up on this point. If we had an election tomorrow and it was between BGS and Jay Shine, BGS will win. That's how upside down the fucking manosphere is. My fucking life resume and my professional resume eclipsed this motherfucker 10 times over. But that's the problem with the manosphere. And y'all wonder why I have an issue and I come through hot and I be burning out panels. I don't come down no more. I don't come around no more. It's the reason why I left your panel last time, because he showed up. All I was going to do was burn this panel down. And I don't want to do that on somebody else's platform. It's not respectful.
I like it. I like it. Go.
Wait a minute, Paradox. You just calling me a troublemaker?
Yeah, you are a troublemaker. Jay Shine is cool. I don't know about you yet.
But this is the issue, man.
Wow.
I'm just messing with you.
You got professional brothers who came to this space who have real life experience, and the real arguments we should be having. Like, for instance, my brother in the chat room, MOT. Me and MOT have sharp disagreements. Now, we agree. When I started listening to him, we actually agree on a lot of the issues. There's not a lot of daylight between me and him. We agree on the problem. What me and him disagree at is on the solutions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that really should be the debate in the manosphere. The manosphere should be a citadel for black intelligence, black male intelligence and solutions. That's what it should be. And that's what I'm saying. We should only be hearing from people who got solutions and got experience. If you a failed nigga, I don't want to hear from you. End of. I said it.
Oh man.
See, I didn't come in here like that. I didn't come in here like that.
I'm coming in like that because
you got it. You got it. You got it.
It's gotta be like this. You got motherfuckers running around here calling a failed dude a master teacher. That's crazy.
Oh man,
that's crazy.
Yeah, listen. And
we're not gonna slander though. We can't slander.
See,
I'll let y'all do that somewhere else.
And I'm gonna tell you. See, here's where I wanted to always keep it because, like I said, it was never personal for me and Paradox. Like even the slights
still ain't personal.
And I'm saying it kept going. Our name, they kept lying on what we basically was talking about with Dion and how they was trying to conflate and make it seem like we was trying to limit his reach and that we was telling them that black people are this and we think the gynocracy wins and all this kind of bullshit. And I'm like, dude, that's why I didn't want to talk about that bullshit because I knew
because you hear it now, right? Because where you got
exactly. Right. Because you're not blaming those motherfuckers for underfunding HBCUs for hundreds of years.
That never came up as a point, DC. It never came up as a point on his end. It never came up. So we're the ones that brought that up.
That's what I'm saying. So when we present the facts, now we're the bad people. Or we're trying we're trying to cover for the gynocracy.
Exactly.
What? That's why I didn't want to do this. And like I tell I know you guys have stuff with BGS, this and that other. I don't have any of those.
It's the same thing you got, DC. It's the same thing, bro. Here's the thing, right? You present facts, and then you have a cater of people that are on this cult of personality thing. And so this why do you think I kind of lampooned you reading from Forbes? I was like, that's just Forbes. Like that means anything, right? Whoa. Do you have something that goes counter? Because Renaissance Man, myself, you were on the panel on the Brain Trust when we covered that TSU article as well. That pointed out the same damn thing.
Renaissance Man is too rational, by the way. He's too rational for me.
I'm more rational than him, probably. So you're gonna really hate me. But like, here's the thing: that's two sources. Now this is two sources, DC, between the Brain Trust and Code Breakers that has addressed this. Right? That's two sources now. Forbes, and I'm trying to remember. I think it was Sports Illustrated. I think that was what we read from. Right? But we're wrong, even though we're using by general standards mainstream media sources talking about how HBCUs have been underfunded to the tune of $13 billion.
Yeah, and
not a single word was mentioned about the what. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I know
what the white man.
No, the gynocracy.
No, DC said it.
Because that's who that's the problem. The white man, the white woman, and the white children.
Oh my god!
If you want to go there with it, but
it's and just
their system we're in.
Just to make sure that we cover all bases here. What we're trying to say is that's the reason why I paused it and I rewinded it to the beginning of the discussion to where it was introduced. Right?
It's our fault, DC. It's our fault though.
All right, man. It could be. It could be me. That's what I'm saying. Like I could be. Normally I try to just go with my facial avatar.
As a man, you have to take accountability. You don't blame other men.
Instead of looking like Luke Cage coming on here, I'm like, yo, I picked the avatar that looks like me. By the way, like I look like that motherfucker, so I chose
Thanos looking man.
So
wait. So you're supposed to feel bad for being right? But help me understand, Paradox. What are you getting at?
I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy, man.
I am too.
I'm just trying to find the positive in some of this stuff. That's all.
Well, what we're trying to do here is, and I don't know. I guess in our minds, this is pretty simple, right? The facts are the facts. HBCUs have been underfunded, and it's a systemic issue. has a lot to do with the land grants that are tied into the universities. DC just read the art. Okay, see, so once you have the information, you got to go with it. You can't stay in your own little goddamn bubble in your own little world thinking what things are when you've been confronted with the actuality of what it is. You get what I'm saying?
I think because of powerlessness. Who is that about to talk?
Now, I was going to just say real quick.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Because we all, the beginning of this video, they were talking about DC. And since we're talking about the city of DC, just remember, Complex, the bitch set me up.
Mary He took me back on that.
Complex. It wasn't underfunding. It wasn't the states. It was the bitch. The bitch set me up.
The bitch set me up.
Bitch set me up.
Yeah, she over here. Like, for those in the know that you know, for those that don't, you know what I'm saying?
I got that T-shirt too, by the way, DC.
Yo, man, we gotta hook up next time you come to the crib, man. You got to get in contact with
us. And I apologize,
bro.
Man. My fault.
Yeah. You know, like I say, like a lot of this stuff, man, like we're real people at the end of the day. And
yes, sir.
A lot of what we tried to do here, and what I was trying to do here was trying to kind of like at least create some kind of balance, man, where you would not be stuck with this. Because if you get blinded with blaming every single thing on the black woman, you're going, I mean, that's dead on arrival, bro. That is dead.
It's your fault.
On arrival, man.
Still your fault. I blame you.
All right.
So your fault.
Like I said,
it's your fault. Because I'm gonna tell you why. The moment you stop talking about the system that we're in, which is controlled, developed, and designed by people who call themselves white, the moment you get off of that, you open yourself up for exactly what happened, because you're not holding frame, right? You're going down into the matrix and then starting to have a conversation within that, with deeper in the system, more so than talking about the actual system. That's what you did. Because if you stayed in the pocket on talking about race and how they run this system, that thing could not exist at the same time. You got to pick one.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I try to leave room for where people are at. Like I said, like we can.
They don't want to have that conversation. People don't want to feel powerless in that way. So you just find another victim to blame.
Yeah.
You can play it how you want to play that.
Yeah, and as you can see, man, North Carolina A&T, man, everybody knows that's a very historical university. If I'm not mistaken, I think Reverend Jesse Jackson that's his alma mater. I think he went to North Carolina A&T, if I'm not mistaken, along with some other people that are very.
One thing think about this too, though, DC. When you look at business or government agencies, right? What happens when they're underfunded over time?
Oh, corruption, neglect, all kinds of shit happens. Yeah.
But the people who are running it, what do? They hold their fucking position.
They do.
Leave right. It. Don't investigate us. No, we good.
You're right.
Massive dysfunction. How many corporations have we worked with? Contract stuff that we've done where people dysfunction. Man. I can't even. I mean, I know companies that are worth
happens all the time.
$500 billion.
How happens all the
time.
The
most dysfunction. We always say, how are they making this much money?
Hold on. I remember, and you know the weekly report that I used to do, by the way, and how everybody it's funny though, Jay Sean. I took off. I think I was this is when my little code breaker was born. Yeah. I took maternity leave. I was gone for how long was I gone? Maybe for like a good 30 days.
Yeah.
Paradox Reach, I used to say, man, he said these white people going crazy. He said, keep asking where is DC at? You gotta wait. Do you know how to do the report? You know how to do the report?
No.
This is what I try to tell these guys. I'm like, we're not trying to do. You have to understand the power grid. It's almost like you're trying to go up against the empire, but you don't know the structure of the empire. The Death Star has weaknesses, but you got to understand the Death Star can still destroy planets.
Exactly.
It still can destroy planets.
Exactly. Same thing. You know, it kind of reminds me of Star Trek when they had that cloaking Cleon ship, you know, but every ship has a tailpipe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's what brothers got to understand, is that I know it looks like it's enormous. The feat is enormous, that we can't get over the situation. But the truth of the matter is we've never been united. Never.
And why not?
Even during the you know, I've said this a million times before, even when I used to be on Angry Man's panels, we've never had unite. Even during the civil rights movement, you still had most of the Negroes on the sidelines.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We just never been united. And the most effeminate thing I heard on that video was man, lacking the what's the word? The masculinity of understanding that we need to lead. That's the problem with the manosphere and this mentality that's thriving in the manosphere. They don't even want power. The lack of not even wanting power is phenomenal to me. When I sit here and watch people with fucking ashy ass flip-flops get off planes every day, wanting power.
Doing whatever they got to do to get it, man.
Exactly. And they work with each other, they scrape with each other, got 3 teeth in their mouth, and they want more.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? We've lost it. And I recognize that in us. And I recognize that there's some brothers who come along who will do the same thing that black women do, who talk about black girls and black women this and black women that, and do nothing for black women, right? There are a lot of men who run around this space talking about black boys and black men and all this other nonsense and don't even believe in us. Don't even believe in black men at all. And mostly because they failed and gave up on themselves. And that's the shit I'm talking about. And we got to recognize who we're talking to. That's why I'm not arguing no more in the space. I'm not doing it, DC. I'm not arguing with nobody in the space no more. It's going to
I don't want you to argue. I don't want you to argue because I think what happens is like I say, once we do this, we're done with it. We're going to move on. This is not going to be something we're going to go back and forth on.
I was done with it 2 weeks ago. This is DC's
I know.
thing.
This is something. I think it needed.
He likes to feed the beast.
No,
I want to starve the beast.
I just don't like keep getting poked on or keep being blamed for something that's not true. I just wanted to show the facts. This is what happened.
Starve him and then you cut his head off.
I got you. I think you did a good job, boss. You know what I mean?
I got you.
And I hate to bring that kind of energy to the panel, but
no.
Jay Sean, we like your energy. Bring it, baby. We love that shit.
We know it's directed at.
Y'all threw me off though. You know why I came here, right? I didn't even come here for this. I came here because your title was talking about paying for first dates.
Yeah, that's all paradox, man. Paradox.
That's a head fake like a mother. You know how to bring the boys to the yard, don't you, Paradox? you knew they were coming for this.
Well, I mean,
you can speak on the title if you want to, though.
Yeah,
you can do it if you want. Go ahead.
We suggested it a long time ago that, dude, stop paying your way for these women that don't want you. Right. That can alleviate a lot of this frustration, but that's not going to happen. Obviously,
they won't hold their nuts. They big.
It's not gonna happen. So,
and Paradox, I was actually just coming to listen. I just wanted to hear what was going to be said.
Oh, yeah, I didn't. It was going to be too mean. It'll be too mean. So we can't really. I don't want to be mean.
I was going to say about it and then roll out because this, it's like
okay,
o'clock over here. But anyway, that was a good head fake. You got me over here.
Yeah, we're just having some fun.
We may actually do a proper discussion on that the next time that we come up, man. But did you have anything else you wanted to share on that though?
Nah, brother, I'll drop down. I just wanted to say, man, that there were some people in this space that you got to understand. They are the gynocrats. They talk about the women all the time. They put them on pedestals all the time. They made them this evil force that got to be defeated, which means psychologically you putting them above you or at least equal to you. To make, making them your biggest, obstacle. And the question I have for a lot of brothers, and I'll just leave it here, is if we can agree that, because I've said that. I'm not speaking for you, DC. I'm not speaking for you, Paradise. I've said this on arts panels and other panels. I said black women are the biggest traders in human history. That's what I said.
Right.
Now I have a whole diatribe that goes behind that. We can talk about another time, but that's how I feel. Right now, if we can all agree that she's a proxy to white supremacy, because I've heard brothers say that in this space, and I agree with those sentiments, then she can't be a proxy and a gynocracy at the same time. The gynocracy is a rulership of women. You understand me? We're not ruled by women. If she is a proxy of white supremacy, she can't then and at the same time be the ruler. I'm not going to knock Keisha over or pull Keisha in front of me because I'm scared to fight that white boy. Oof. And that's really what's going on in this space. And we got to keep it 1,000. Wow. Well, you talk about these certain individuals we talked about earlier, or these cool conservatives, and I'll leave it there. I'm out.
All right, Jay Sean, thanks for coming up, my brother, man. You know, we appreciate you for coming up, man, sharing your views, man. Come back anytime, brother. Please come back anytime. Paradox, you got anything else, man? I guess we can get out of here, then we can just do next program. We probably come back if I have some time later on, come back and do one, and we can kind of get in on that topic fairly. But yeah, we'll name this program called Clear and Air. I just want to kind of keep that in the pocket and just keep it there. Did you have any final thoughts on what we shared, or anything that you want to share so we can kind of put a bow on this?
Oh no, that's all I got, man. That's it.
Yeah, and let me just finally say that I know that it's going to come off as being, you know, disrespectful or things of that nature. No, I think that, you know, there were a lot of things that were said, especially about our platform, about us, about me. You know, and it's okay. You know, things are said. That's fine. You can have an opinion. I don't like to be lied on, by the way. So I wanted to basically clear up some of the points that I can clear up. People can decide for themselves on who they choose to believe. That's up to you. You know what I mean? Everybody has their own opinion.
Yeah. But, who cares about their opinion anyway?
Yeah, but you know, we want to keep consistent to what our program is, man. If you like our program, you know, so what? If you don't like our program, so what? Do what you have to do within the system to evolve and succeed.
I think Complex has something to say. He's come back up.
Oh, go ahead, Complex. Go ahead, share your final views, man, before we drop out.
You know what, man? I dropped out so long ago. I'll just say, hey, thanks for having me up. No, I think pick my kid up from school. Daddy duties, man.
Yeah, daughters, man. We all girl dads, man. I guess
that's right.
That's part of the gynocracy too. We were girl dads.
Hey, Drew, don't you?
Give me that. All right. Yeah, we're playing that. Yeah, conflict. We joke a lot, man. Sometimes you got to get used to our humor.
No, I get it, dude. That's why I was just like, oh, dude, don't do that.
Nah, we appreciate your Complex. I was just teasing you a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, well, no, I did have one quick point I wanted to make. To something that Paradox was saying earlier. Actually, that's what actually brought me up, but the topic kind of shifted, so I didn't want to kind of digress. But you know, in terms of like quarterback evaluations and stuff like that, you know, like I'll tell you like this, man. I think the game is a little more nuanced than I think we put a little too much on race at this point.
Okay.
Right, I really do. I think we put a little too much.
You gotta explain that. Go ahead.
Well, the reason why is because
you do coach football, right?
I coach football, right?
Okay.
And what I do is I evaluate talent. Okay. And so what it is that football is about systems. Mm-hmm. Okay, so players have to fit systems. Sometimes, you know, just because you're the top dude in college and you get drafted number 1. That doesn't mean that where you're going is a fit for you, right? You see, so sometimes a lot of dudes are not set up for success. They're not. You know, there's all these various things, like what kind of schemes you ran in college, and then what teams you're going to in the NFL where it translates, for example, right? Or what you ran in high school. Then you get recruited to a college, and let's just say the college is recruiting you. But once you get there, they want you at a whole completely different position, playing something that you never played, and all this kind of stuff. And this is where a lot of players kind of get thrown off, right? So there's a lot of things systemically that happen. There really is. I think it's just kind of too easy to just throw everything off a race. I mean, you know, you have a lot of top flight quarterbacks that are black. Mm-hmm. Not only in the NFL, but in college too.
I think
you know what I'm saying.
Hold on. I just need to get him on record. I just want to be clear. I don't want to.
No, go ahead.
So just so I'm clear, you're saying race is what again? I just want to be clear. I just want to make sure.
No, I said
race is not a factor, or it's you shouldn't throw.
It's not that much of a factor. Is what you're trying to say.
No, what I'm saying is not that much of one. I mean, I would
And
say
you're
this.
gonna you as a football coach, so you're gonna stand on what you just said.
Yeah, because what I'm saying
you're standing
is
10
that,
toes
well,
on that.
well, yeah, and it's logic based, right? For example, if we were talking about HBCUs,
You said it's
for
you said it's logic based.
Yeah,
So you're saying my
yeah,
statement was
yeah.
illogical.
No,
Because I'm using race as a factor.
No, I'm saying that my statement is logical. Just let me kind of get it out here. Give me 1 second. I'm just pulling up to the house right now.
Yeah, I do think it's very nuanced. Systems got a lot to do with it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
I'm here. Okay, I'm here. All right. So here's the point that I'm getting at. What I'm saying is that if you are at an HBCU, right, then what happens with players and how they're positioned, how much playing time and all that, you can't say that that's race-based, can you? No, you can't.
I mean, I absolutely can.
I'm just saying.
Can, but go ahead.
At an HBCU, where all the players are black and the coaching staff is black and everybody's black.
I can absolutely, yes, for sure.
If
but
you
go
tie
ahead.
it to the funding and the money and all that, yeah, you could tie it all together. But I understand what you're doing. Go ahead, though.
Well, I don't see how you can, given that everybody in the organization is black, right?
Yeah.
I mean, help me understand that one.
Well,
right
they're dealing with bad facilities, man.
No. I'm talking about personnel decisions within the team rank. I'm talking about between coaching staff and the players, because he was talking about how black quarterbacks are used or how certain players are used and this and this and that and the third, right? And I was saying that it has more to do with systems and it has more to do with coaching staffs and their preferences. And there's a decision making aspect with regards to the actual student athletes, where they want to go. Is there longevity there? How long has that coach been there? Right? How long has that system been proven to be effective? Right? There's decisions that a player needs to make when they're going to go to a school that has less to do with how sexy the school is and where it's ranked and how much TV time I'm going to get if I'm playing, and more so about the stability of the program. This is what I'm getting at.
Okay.
That's what I'm just
answer me this question. How much does white people have influences on black people in general?
I like, how do you even measure that?
I just want to see where you are.
Well, I'm asking you the question.
I'm asking the question one more time. How much influence do white people have on black people in America?
And I'm going to answer it again. How do you measure that? Okay. How do you literally measure what you're asking?
Where you are.
No. It's a serious question. Because what I don't want you to do. Well, hold on. As a black man, what I don't want you to do is to like throw me in some box when I'm asking you a very serious question. See, because in my head, I'm like, okay, if you're going to ask me that question, I'm thinking you have some metrics that you gauge as to how much effect white people have on your life, for example, right? See, so I ask you that question. You're supposed to tell me how it is that you measure the effect. And that's what I want to know.
Okay.
No, I'm asking you. Because you asked me the question. So if you can answer the question, and if you can answer the question and tell me, then I can then give you a response. You get where I'm going?
Nah, I'm good. Go ahead, DC.
Yeah, I'll say this. I think that I think the way I look at it complex, and I think the way you look at it is there's a.
Well, I didn't finish the point, DC. The only thing was I brought up the HBC because I said, here's the thing. How can you have any sort of racism elements in an HBCU where the coaching staff, every last player is black and all that kind of stuff? You may have different type of issues within that team environment, but what you can't say is that there's racism in that. In other environments, absolutely. There's probably, and I would dare say there is some elements of racism. So what I was trying to finish up and say is that I'm not going to negate that racism happens in environments where there's a multitude of ethnicities. We would be foolish to assume that that's not the case, or that wouldn't be the case, now wouldn't we? However, I will also say that there's a lot of programs that have been successful because they have systems that have proven to work over time. There you go.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, I agree with that actual point. I don't know if that point was made about the HBCUs in general, other than
No, I brought it up to make a distinction.
Well, other than the skill set of how people look at quarterbacks in general, the position.
It's just a wild fucking statement, but I'm gonna let that shit.
So let me say this. Let me say this to try to connect the dots, because I don't think we're too far off, right? So you said the systems, right? The systems create everything as far as basically keeping the player into the system, and you plug them in, and then you create the best talent base around that talent. So when we say that Sadir probably would have been ruined if he went to, say, like a PWI first because he has athletic ability, they probably not. They probably wouldn't basically nurtured his mental attributes. You know what I'm saying? As far as
he plays out of PWI right now.
No, I that's what I'm saying. But he's coached by his father,
right? So this goes back to what I was saying about systems.
But that's what I'm saying.
The institute is the institute. That's a PWI is a PWI, and then there's who's coaching and whose program and whose system that makes the difference. That was my point.
I'm not trying to disagree with you. What I'm saying is,
I'm just saying I'm agreeing with you on that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, a perfect example is Justin Fields, right? Went to Ohio State, right? Athletic ability out of this world, could throw the ball 80 yards down the field, could do all kinds of things, but he wasn't developing there. That's what we're saying. He wasn't developing. So when he gets to the pros, you go somewhere like Chicago, to where everything got to be quick, boom, boom. You got to be on it, right?
But what if Chicago's coaching staff is shit? I'm gonna go back to the point I've been saying. When has Chicago been balling out?
We're making the same point. No, we're making the same point, Complex. What we're saying is that what happens at these universities is that they're not basically Joe Burrow at LSU.
Yeah,
he's getting different tutelage, is what I'm saying, because obviously he doesn't have the athletic skill set of a Justin Fields.
Wait, isn't Joe Burrow 0-2 right now?
Yeah, but I'm saying people look at Joe Burrow differently than Justin Fields. Come on now, let's just be honest.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that Justin Fields right now.
Complex.
No, we're talking football here, bro. Like, let's keep it real. Joe Burrow is 0-2 right now. Is he not?
One thing that me and DC do. We spent the last 10 or 15 years studying quarterbacks only, exclusively.
Same here.
Right.
Yeah. I'm an OC. Same here. Yeah. That's why I can talk this shit with y'all.
Yeah.
And I'm saying he's 0-2 right now. I never believed in Joe Burrow like that to begin with.
But you
he was at a powerhouse at LSU. Look at that squad that he was with.
We're not disagreeing with you, but what we're saying,
come on, he's overrated.
His skill set was nurtured at the college level because he didn't have the so-called when you hear them talk about, think about how they talk about black quarterbacks and how
if you play
white quarterbacks, right? There is a difference.
Yeah.
You will admit that, right?
He don't want to talk about that. Nope.
Wait, no, whoa, don't do that, Paradox. I didn't. Wait, don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. No, respectfully, man to man, respectfully, don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say that.
I'm not gonna give it to you. You said it already. That's why I asked you.
Well, no, I didn't. I did not say that. Well, you're gonna have to take that back because I literally never said that.
I'll take it back.
Literally, I never said that.
So I'll take it back.
Right, I literally never said that because I don't. What it is that I don't want false shit on the record. That's bullshit. I never said that.
Okay, brother. It's all good.
No, I'm just saying. Brad Kaya is a black quarterback who got drafted in 2013. I want to say by the Detroit Lions. I coached him. I coached him in Calabasas.
Oh wow. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like, dude, let's not do that.
Yeah, but I mean, even you can see even how the treatment of perfect example. Like we talk about, and we already admitted a lot of these coaches are shit coaches. They're not very good at what they do. I mean, it's clear they're not very good at what they
do. The good old boy system.
And a lot of this gets covered up because they are already kind of like not really figuring out on how to bring the best out of the player. Lamar Jackson, perfect example of the same thing too, where now you got to have him back and drop back passing, and he's struggling sometimes on doing it. Jalen Hurts, another one, he's struggling, with just basic concepts. That, like, do I go 3, 2, 1? What do I look down the field? Do I go 1, 2, 3 in my progressions, or do I take off?
That has to do with the OC. Like you see Mahomes and Bieniemy argue with each other on the sidelines.
But Andy Reid is their coach, though. What did Andy Reid do every time that Patrick Mahomes came on the field? He sat right down next to him, right? Didn't care about the defense. He sat down next to him, said, "What did you see right here? What did you see here? What did you see here? What did you see here?" He's basically coaching him all the time. So now when he gets it, because he even said it when he first started, I didn't know how to read defense. I'm paying off all talent, straight up. I'm throwing that bitch up to Tyreek Hill, to McKinnon, all these boys that can run 4-2, 4-3. You know that. I know that, but see the thing about what was going on in Kansas City is that a lot of people complain that Bieniemy was hard to get along with, right? And like I said, there's all these various clips of Mahomes and Bieniemy bickering at each other. That's why Andy Reid would go and talk to him, and Bieniemy wouldn't. I'm saying I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but let's keep it what it is, dude. Bieniemy was a little more hardcore. Exactly.
If you fucked up, he was gonna get on your ass, and
that's a good thing, though. There's nothing wrong with it. He holds him at a high standard. He coaching him hard. He's keeping him accountable. But I'm saying at the end of the day, they let Bieniemy walk. But you know what his thing was when he came out of college, right? His thing was when he came out of college was that he was too reckless. He was too loose with the football. He throw a lot of interceptions, right? When he came out of Texas Tech, that was his MO.
Yeah,
all kind of problems.
You got to coach that. You got to coach that at him. You got to be, hey, why are you doing that? Why are you just flipping the ball here and there? Like it's a time for that, but don't use that as your go-to. Don't always do that. And when
imagine if he had Coach Shanahan.
Oh my God, RG3 is a perfect example. We saw the rise and the fall of basically what we're talking about right now, and it is the expectation as far as like what they see in you, what they think you can handle, even the highly the hype of criticism that's besieged on Dak Prescott, right? How he makes regular plays out there, and he's sort of like the Warren Moon of today, because they don't know what to do. They don't know what to do with strictly a black pocket passer, right? Like he's a black pocket passer that thinks from the head on down. He's not really necessarily.
They don't want him to exist. What are you talking about?
But what I'm trying to
they want to maintain that white man pocket passing quarterback idea.
Look, you're not gonna get anything done in Dallas as long as Jerry Jones. I'm sorry. I don't give a damn who you put at quarterback. Nothing is gonna get done as long as that dude is running the show.
So y'all saying black men need discipline? That's what they need. We gotta put our foot in their ass and be like Coach Carter.
Cowboy slander though. We ain't doing that though.
I'm just saying.
Complex. What's your team, Complex?
What's that? You said what's my team?
You like the Raiders?
No, I'm a college football junkie, bro. Like pros, listen, college I just follow passively, but when it comes to college, I'm all about the Pac-12. And if you want my teams, Arizona State, Arizona State, Nevada State. I follow some of the smaller teams that have exotic offenses. That's what I do.
Okay. Good shit. Now, man, we ought to probably like do an actual program
film breakdown with him.
About the black quarterback, and I think it would be we would need for you to come up and we can really get into the topic. We'll try to keep that. But thanks for letting us know that that's what you wanted to share. That gives us a little bit of a topic that we will explore in the future. We would definitely have a full discussion about the expectation about the black quarterback and whether racism is really a point of emphasis with today's black quarterback in the college and pro game. So we would go a deep.
Football is all about race.
Deep dive.
It is. It is.
Country.
Be cool. So, BMT, did you have anything that you wanted to share about?
Hey, I'm gonna go and drop off. That's what I got. I didn't mean to drag it on y'all. I'm gonna drop off.
Complex, you cool, man. It's all good. We'll have a good discussion on it. We'll have a good discussion, but we have to go through it thoroughly. We can't just kind of like piggyback on it and make it, because we'll get into we'll be on this joint for another 3 hours talking about this. You know that.
We'll start talking spread. We'll start talking spread. Power football, running the running game. Man, look.
We'll go back to Aaron McNair.
Come on, man.
Talk about how he basically implemented, how he changed the whole, because it used to be all
changed the game,
ground and pound, right? He brought spread to college football. If you want to be honest with you, Aaron McNair, that's what it was.
And his size, and his size.
Yeah. He could do both.
And his size.
He could throw. They didn't know what to do with Steve. Did you notice that? They didn't know what to do with him. They
Yep.
didn't know how to categorize him. Is he? What is he? Is he
Alcorn
athletic?
State.
Is he smart? But no, he's smart. He's a smart kid. He knows defenses. He knows. Anyway, it's a whole deeper discussion, but we'll get into it some other time, bro.
We'll do. All right, y'all.
Thanks for coming up, man. We appreciate you, buddy.
We definitely appreciate
All right, bro.
All right, man. All right, BMT, man. You got your final saying, man. We trying to get up out of here, bro.
Oh yeah. Like I said,
take your time. No. Take your time, BMT. Take your time. Say whatever you got to say.
You black conservative boy. Y'all real good with trolling, boy. Y'all low out.
No, I was trolling.
Bad boy. Good
I was
Lord.
trolling.
Jay Shine called us conservatives.
Yeah, that's what they call us. Call us conservatives and all that good shit. I swear, boy, y'all throw a lot of shade, boy. Y'all,
They be throwing shots, don't they, BMT? They be throwing shots.
Yep, but he loves Dion. He loves Dion though. They love Dion. Who y'all think Dion is?
Jay Shine.
Y'all think?
Jay Shine.
Who y'all think Dion?
You guys, man, when you talk about conservative, y'all know who we talking about. But what you said? What you said though?
So now here's the thing about it. Dion is like the Coach Carter in real life for these black boys, but he knows damn well he gonna have to put his foot up their ass. And he's giving them hope and instruction. Now he understands because it's a 1 in a million shot that hey, I gotta get these boys some jobs. And he's trying to do. I really was more so interested in the get back when he was talking about finding them jobs and getting them careers. See, that's really the hell with
it's not trending, by the way, BMT. I'm all over the
right. See, that's what I'm saying. Everybody want to focus on the college stuff. Listen, them colleges are getting their billions and millions and millions of dollars. Where's the turn back in for the black men and black boys that are in these organizations? Are they getting any return on it? This is why.
If they were,
this is why we can. But see, that's the problem that we're not seeing people want to focus on. Is that the fact that he understands all these boys are not going to make it, and he's giving a reality check.
Those kids up, bro.
Absolutely.
So he's giving them a reality, and see that's the thing. Black men, I know y'all. Oh yeah, like listen, I didn't care about all that moonshining shit going on with all the celebrities showing up. What Dion should have did was like, oh, since all you celebrities are here, how about we go ahead and start doing a job fair and getting these boys some jobs? See, that's how you really should have got them. The hell with all that damn bullshit with, oh yeah, let's put on shades and stuff. And no, see, they like that's why they were making fun of it, calling it the BET Awards or calling all kind of stuff. They were the white people were making fun of that. If you really want to do a power trip, you should have started making them celebrities pledge a certain amount of money towards that of them jobs and stuff. Like, okay, so here's what I'm pledging: $1,000. It all would add up: $1,000, $2,000. You should have started making them pledge. But see, that would have been a cardinal sin. If y'all don't think that in them box offices, them white men don't be doing that stuff in them box office leader seats, that they don't be talking about political power, that they don't be talking about levying certain businesses and stuff for their sons and hey, my son, Jerry, we all know he ain't going to the pros, but maybe you can get him those contracts for that construction. All right, cool. I got you. You're a fine boy. They do that all the time. That's what should have been going on. Those football games should be no more than just cover up for us to actually do that. But I know we're talking high level thinking right now, and people want to just focus on the game. But see, at some point, even Dion and all the other athletes should be telling these boys, them games are going to end. Mm-hmm. See, right now they have no problem. You see, right now them boys already getting death threats. There's a lot of personal files going out. Yeah, you got to understand. At some point, you got to start. Dion needs to start preparing these men. I'm not calling them boys; those are men. He needs to start preparing them for the real world. And actually, that's why when he was emphasizing, everybody just want to talk about the game. Games at some point got to get turned off, and you got to deal with the real world. And so we understand if all else fails, his children will have something to fall on. But them other boys, there's no parachute for them. There's no parachute for them. So
no golden parachute.
Right. So we gotta start understanding that, that I'm not saying it was a mixed opportunity, but there'll be more. But
he's locked in on it though. He's locked in on what you're saying.
Right.
That's what he's doing actually.
Oh, he's
right.
MOT, did you want to say something? I know you came up and dropped off earlier.
What's going on, MOT?
Right. No, that was me. I was in a bad area. I'm now in the West End. On the West End, so now I'm doing all right now.
What up, homie?
Yeah, what's going on, man? I just wanted to say that
go ahead and start cooking. I heard your channel. I heard your last couple programs. Go ahead.
We not gonna be here too. We try.
Go ahead, MOT.
Go ahead and go in.
PG, you can go, bro. We about to start working right now. We about to start burning the late night hour. You can go on, DC.
MOT, because
go to bed, DC. Go to bed.
I be on his channel, but he be going in.
MOT Ragnarok for a reason, man. I ain't want to just guard. Go ahead.
I find the irony in team. What about these black boys? Ain't nobody's trying to put their black boys in the same position that Deion Sanders is. And now that somebody is out living out the masculinity that these weak ass niggas cannot they cannot contribute to masculinity in their own life, so they have to look at everybody else to like exalt masculinity on their behalf. Now, Deion Sanders clearly could have left his kid to the whims of the system. He did not need to come in the fucking league.
Right.
He could have just allow him to do that. And what's embarrassing is that he's embarrassing the shit out of Michael Jordan. He's embarrassing the shit out of Jerry Rice. He's embarrassing the shit out of most black men who don't help their kids through this actual system. They just throw them to the system and just have them deal with it. Deion Sanders was like, look, we're going to slum it up to here for a couple years, and then we're going to get the real money, and then we're going to move off into another program.
Right.
Because here's the thing. Deion Sanders is not fucking stupid. That guy knows media, and he I'm telling you that dude is like the black Donald Trump when it comes to getting eyeballs on him.
Damn, I need to think that.
Now, let me ask you a quick question. Now, don't you see how we can kind of correlate that to him being very careful on how people was going to treat Sadir? He didn't trust nobody to coach Sadir. You know that, right?
Correct.
Like, he don't trust anybody because he knew you guys are going to my son, and y'all going to make him into this running. Y'all going to turn him into Justin Fields. He's not going to be no good by the time he gets to his aspiration of being what he can now be. Is clearly he can be one of the great, right? He can be a top 5 pick. You know, he's going to go high in the draft. He's already getting mentored by Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, so he already has that idea of seeing the game through the mind instead of athletic ability, instead of his legs.
That's the $500 million man, bro.
He did, and Paradox said this to me earlier. He did not use Michael Vick as his bridge to kind of.
He did not. He did not.
About that. That should tell you everything you need to know about how he saw his own talent. Because it's clear that Sadir should have been at the Power 5. It's if you don't just watch this kid play with the talent, they got talent, but it ain't in comparison with everybody else got. Like it ain't even close. You know,
he chose DC. He chose to go because he was originally committed to. He was going to Florida State, but then he was like, "Hey, I'm not going to get any playing time, and I want to wait 2 years." So he committed to FAU where Willie Taggart was. Right. And then when Deion got the JSU job, he's like, well, I'm going to Jackson State. So yeah, he had offers. He had offers to go to Alabama. He said Deion said that he was like, hey, he's impatient like me and he doesn't want to wait.
Right.
He's teaching his sons marketing.
Good for him. Good for him.
He's teaching.
That guy's protecting his son and taking him through a system that he would not be able to navigate as well on his own. And the great part that I like, who's going to argue with an NFL Hall of Famer coming in here and busting up your fucking unqualified white man game?
Exactly.
That type of pedigree is not even heard of.
not just a Hall of Famer, the best cornerback that ever lived, Hall of Famer.
Well,
you gotta forget about that part. He's the best at that position.
No, I was gonna say Jason Whitlock was saying he's not the best because of his arrogance.
But see, that's the thing about it. Where
that's that conservative shit that we were referencing earlier.
But see that right there, what you just did, MOT, you capitalize on something. He's teaching his sons not just how to play the game, but how to read the game, how to read the system, how to be able to read the contract. Like this man is doing something a lot of these other so-called Michaels and all these other men failed to do.
They never did that for their son. They never did that for their son.
So,
white dudes would get their unqualified sons in position in a fucking heartbeat. They'll embarrass the shit out of everybody there. They'll make you kiss his motherfucking ass. Dude, they'll do all that shit. They're like, look, my son is the greatest son ever. This dude throw an interception. Like, look, now you go write a story. Yeah, you go write a puff piece about some shit that happened and all that shit. Like, dude,
no.
MOT, and they do it at scale. That's the key.
Yes, they do.
No, and I was going to say, Dion, the other thing is, like, he is not to your point, MOT, first to protect, that starts in middle school, even little league. Like, that's why he was, like, high school, he was like, because you already know, like, if a guy gets to the collegiate level and he's got that dual threat and he doesn't learn it probably in his freshman, start developing as a passer, like, it's over. Like, the throwing motions, all the years of reps, just, like, trying to fix that level is extremely difficult to do. So that was something that started and he guarded as he grew up. That was number one. And then number two, if you watch, like, I mean, he does not like treat them like they're his sons in the sense of when he's in between those white lines, like, no, I'm your coach. Like, I'm not your dad. So that whole like you just laid out where, you know, a white dad will take his son and, you know, embarrass the team and this and that. Like he's not with that. He's like, no, like you're gonna be great.
Yep. I like it, man. I like it, and it just goes to show you, if you really want to protect your son, you got to be there right along with him. You got to be in the trenches right along with him. You cannot trust him to a system like this where things maybe quote unquote will work out. Nah, he there with his son. I'm proud of what he's doing. I really don't like the sports piece like that. But as a person who most of his class went to Jackson State and a person who lives not that far from the stadium, I'm happy what he's doing to the area, man. I'm happy with what's going on. And guess what? He did it through the productivity piece. He didn't do it by whining and complaining or trying to leverage the gynocracy or all this stupid shit. No, he went out there and he got the job to protect his son.
And he also, MOT, his sons too. Like, I was looking back on it, like they were raised with him. Like when the divorce happened between and his wife, like they went through a nasty, like in the public,
they did.
Like custody battle, and he won. And like he literally like was like, "Hey, I'm gonna do the single dad thing."
Like you know what? You got none of his private business was out there embarrassing the family unit. Kept 10 toes down, did what he needed to do for his actual sons, and look at the outcomes. You think that any of these, black boys need funding in schools and all these kind of other things and gynocracy every 5 seconds, man. Like, dude, these dudes don't need to be talking about no Deion Sanders, man. You guys are quite opposite of Deion Sanders.
Oof. Got a Power 5 son. Really, both sons belong to Power 5. Like, if you look at Shiloh, he had a pick 6 last week.
Yep.
Like,
80 yards.
You got one son that's a starting safety and the other son's a starting quarterback.
I think the thing about it is, like my granddad said, you really don't appreciate something until you actually come up and understand. Deion came up in a harsh climate environment. He could have put his son anywhere. He really could have. But he made his son say, listen, I want you to understand. You see how hungry these boys are? I want you to understand, when they see a black boy like privileged you, they want to kill you. They want to fuck you up. And so, and that's something of a testament of reality that black men need to understand, that that's just the survivability of when. That's why when you ask BGS about, have you ever been to Mississippi? Have you ever been to a southern poverty area? It's survival of the fittest. Motherfuckers are going to touch you.
But he's cut out for liberal society that's already built for him. So that way he can play this middle of the road shit and not really do anything that's effective. Like you can't do that type of shit in the South. Oh, bro, you're gonna have a side down here, and we're gonna check in on your ass about your side that you got. And middle ain't no side.
Because, no, I was gonna say, here's the thing: you can't go to Jackson, Mississippi, and say, "Well, we should vote for Republicans," or I don't know who we should like. Dude, because here's the thing: you're talking about that is the difference between like running water at this point. Like these people, well, I don't know, you know, what side we should be on, this and that, or maybe we should. Like, dude, there's too much at stake. Like, too many black folks live in the dire circumstances. Like, you got third world poverty in these places. Like, people just don't have time for, well, you know, I don't agree with everything they say, or, you know, that I'm just not gonna vote and this. Like,
none of that.
Yeah,
None of that.
Yeah, you voting for your life. Like,
Mac Drummerbear, to be fair, in BGS coach his semi-pro basketball son. Nah, he coached semi-pro fuck niggas online. Not yeah, that's what he's coaching up. He's not coaching up. Come on, man. Since semi-pro basketball. All right, man. So what we're saying is that, look, Mississippi is a different environment than Colorado. I know, I'm from Mississippi, and I don't live that far from the stadium. I see this shit, 9 News, all this. Dude, they gave him the keys, and he's going to be successful because they invested in him. To think that Deion Sanders should have stayed in Jackson State is the same as these men have these experiments ran on them in this actual community until shit, you know, fix itself. It's the same dumbass idea, man.
Well, or it's the same argument of how people think, well, you know, okay, I made, you know, my money and I'm going to come back to the hood and just stay in the hood.
No.
And build up.
Man, you got to be crazy.
And you just realize, like, okay, it sounds good, but then you start seeing, like, you know, oh, you know, I believe it was what Ice Cube of all people was taught. Oh, I'm going to, you know, next thing you know, people are breaking into his house, X, Y, and Z, and this and that. And he's like, yo, like, you just understand that, like, it's not some where I can just go and one person can raise up an entire community, you know, an entire neighborhood like that. Like, if anything, that's sort of the thinking that plagues us. That's why I find it ironic that they even make this argument in the first place. If anything, to me, that's one of the arguments that sort of plagues Black Americans. We look for that almost savior-like complex instead of realizing it's a group thing that has to be done.
It's a system.
Multiple. Yeah, exactly.
No, I mean, but it's a way of kicking the can down the road and not taking basic responsibilities for where you currently are at. So you just keep trying to leverage on to other people to do all the work for you. And that's what people thought when Deion went down there. I talked to the editor of the Clarion Ledger, Jackson newspaper, sports newspaper, by the way. And the guy was like, dude's not going to be here any longer than 3 years. Everybody knew that he wasn't going to be anywhere longer than 3 years. Except the people who thought that Deion Sanders was supposed to get like 2 black senators in like Mississippi. Like, people was really on some stupid shit like that when he came down there.
I'm one of the stupid people, just to put that out there.
Wait, you thought he was going to get a senator?
No, I'm just making a point. He had me drinking the juice. That's all I'm saying. I ain't gonna sit online and pretend that I'm some special person. I'm gonna tell you the truth.
So Paradox.
I take that. Yeah.
You were drinking the juice. What did you realize?
Man, I was drinking the juice, boy. You hear me?
No. When you sobered up, what did you realistically?
No. Even you, and I always say you the rational. We can call you the rational person, but even DC, as you guys started to break down out of the idealistical stuff and really got into the meat and potatoes of it. Obviously, it falls apart. You know, it's just more of a dream than a reality.
It is.
Does that make sense? Did I answer that for you? No.
No. I get it. Like you were. It was
I was in, man. We're gonna change everything. The school's gonna get the money, and everything is gonna,
You
I was in. No, it was an allocation problem.
No,
it was an allocation problem.
You were like Obama in 2008. Like, yes, we can.
Yes. I was gone. I was out of here. I was gone.
Yeah. I mean, but like
I wanted to work so bad, you know. But I know reality isn't the same, obviously.
But this is a money allocation problem. I'm pretty sure you said it earlier. But like the HBCU system is nothing but like the finishing school of the underfunded public education system. That's what the HBCU system is. It's the finishing school for people who really can't get into other schools.
I got to push back. I'm sure DC would push back a little too. It depends on the schools. Like there are people who will I've known people who are like specifically like, no, I want my kid to go to Howard. I want them to go to Morehouse. You know, I want them to go to Fisk. I want them to go to Spelman. You know, but those are some, like you said, some very select. I know what you're saying. There are some HBCUs that have, you know, that very select history where, you know, some people could have gotten to it. I had a cousin. She could have gotten into like Penn State, some other schools in Pennsylvania. Like she went to Howard because, you know, she wanted to go to Howard.
Our state senator did the same thing. Like him and his twin brother, both of them. They had, because they were like some really smart dudes, but they could have went anywhere. Ivy League as well. They had Rutgers. They still went to Howard. Both. Still went to
Howard. there are some institutions, but no, I know what you're saying in the sense of you have sort of that sort of top tier, like very well established HBCU who has that, and then you have those ones that are kind of a step 2, step 3 below, where it's kind of like, you know, a lot of people probably don't know these. I mean, okay, how many people probably knew Jackson State existed before Deion went there? Like outside of Mississippi.
Probably none of these. And that's what makes it even worse, Renaissance. It's like you never heard these people talk about Jackson State, nothing. Like if you ask these people, what does Sonic Boom of the South mean to you? Oh, I don't know what that. Yeah, it's Jackson State. That's literally what their band is called. But it's just like it's like most of these people, they just don't know anything, and they have to ride the news cycle. And not only do they have to ride the news cycle, they have to inject things in here that don't belong. When the only thing you have to do is understand the system once, do your research, understand the system once, and don't spread misinformation and disinformation. Stop being disingenuous around something. You know, it's very simple and easy. This is about him getting his son to the NFL. And he sacrificed his peace in order to help his son. There is not the men in the manosphere who talk about helping these black boys. You better keep Deion Sanders' name out your mouth. Because the things that y'all fighting for is not the things that actually Deion Sanders is doing on the ground.
Nope.
All right. So, okay. So let me address something in the chat. Mac Drama Bear. Like every time I hear some illiterate, dumb individual who never hits the link and who always say the word Haiti, because at the end of the day, black men don't know how to do analysis. So whenever you criticize somebody, I'm not sure what type of women y'all hang around or how this stuff affects people, but whenever I hear the word hating, I'm like, oh, okay, I must be talking about some true stuff. Dude, at the end of the day, the link is dropped in the chat. You can come up here and you can come toe-to-toe with me, right? But you can't compare what Deion Sanders is doing with his son with what BGS did with his son with Semi-Pro. I've never heard some dick-sucking piece of shit do that in this space, bro. I've never heard that type of bullshit. That is some shit that you did. I've never heard nobody make that type of comparison between Deion Sanders and his two sons and BGS and this Semi-Pro basketball shit. Like, that's what I mean, dude. You want to look up to fuck niggas so bad that you'll just be disingenuous for no reason. Unbelievable. But go ahead, y'all.
One of the things about it is a lot of them men, y'all, he's teaching them how to budget and be more financially aware. That's something. If y'all look at some, have y'all ever looked at some of these interviews with these men that are taking on these contracts for these 6 and 7 figure contracts? And what is one of their biggest flaws that they keep having? I did not know how to read the contract. I did not know how to read the contract. I did not know how to read.
Yep, that's one thing Deion is big on. Like,
and
he tells them flat out, I already know 95% of y'all aren't going pro. Like, you better get your education. And
right, like so
to get somewhere in life.
Yeah.
Right. So, so is that not the scariest thing that a man can empower you? Is to teach you and educate you about these systems, how to levy your own freedom of agency, and that scares them because they're like, "Wait a second, I don't have to take that deal. I don't have to just take the first deal. Wait a second, I can actually switch up that for that." Do you think them white agents like him doing that? What did y'all think they were doing? So I don't listen. No, what other coach was doing that? What other coach was doing?
Dude, you got stories of players. I mean, I went to an SEC school. I mean, it came out like one of our an alumni probably who played football. I don't even know if he's alumni technically. He got in some trouble for like not paying child support for something. Ended up I think it was even selling drugs at one point. Ended up getting arrested, going into court. They were asking him something about, he said he couldn't read. And they were like, "Oh, well, how did you graduate from college and you can't read?" And he was like, "Oh, I didn't have to go to class." Like,
that used to be a thing. Yep.
Yeah, he just flat out admitted, like, I was passed along. I was, I got I got that public administration major, or that family studies major, whatever you want to call it, and as my major, and I pretty much, I had a tutor or someone write my papers for me, and I just pretty much had to show up for football practice. I mean,
that was us. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Timothy. Timothy.
I guess he may have dropped out.
I'm gonna say that
I'm here. Sorry about that. I had a phone call. No, that's that.
Go ahead, bro.
Hey, just hold on for real quick. Hey, Paradox, how much longer you wanna go on for? Paradox. Paradox. Yep.
We can do another 10, 15, whatever.
All right, so I'm just gonna drop down, and I'm gonna be mobile, but I'm gonna drop down.
I'll let them finish up.
Come back. Yeah, okay, I'll come back.
So one of my sins, and I'm not going to throw my high school or other black school on the bus. We were never pushed to read. We were never pushed to, we were told, like I loved it when you were showing that thing with that band. You know what I'm saying? Like we had drumline battles. In the South, that's a thing, drumline battles. And so I know what it's like to have the quads. You have the bands playing. That's a big money maker. But then if you were to ask some of them children, can they read the music? That was a big problem with a lot of black kids, a lot of black students. They couldn't read the music. We can listen to the music. We can play the music, but we couldn't read the music. Same thing as you saw for a lot of players. Oh, they could run that ball. They could throw it. They could hit the ball. But then when it came time, this is why you didn't see so many black quarterbacks, because guess what it came down to? Reading the plays. And that was a big issue. That was a big issue. Why they said, get the white boy. Yeah, you got them fast black boys that can run and hit and goddamn truck you down. But when it came to how one of my coaches used to say, Johnson, you don't think. You just hit people. Don't think, son. Just hit people. All right. Yeah, you got it, coach. You got it. You're right.
Oh, wow. He told you that.
Yeah, that's what he told me. He told me. What you got to understand.
What position were you playing?
I played fullback. I played fullback and I played running back. Now, see, the thing about it in the South, it's not unusual for players, depending on how good they are, they can get swapped around to different positions.
Yeah.
If they're good enough. That's the thing about it. No, that's not. No, seriously, you got a lot of boys. They got swapped around. You had that anger, you had that tension. You could have a boy that could run, that could literally be on the line, but then also you could put him in the fullback, or you could put him back there and give him that ball, and that boy can truck some people down.
Yeah,
he can chop his leg.
Oh no, we had a dude that went like that to my school. Like you look at him, you think, like I put it like this: when he did track, he did shot put, and like you look at this dude. Like that's how you look at him and think, dang, he belongs on the line. But then they put him in at running back, and he'd have some quick feet. Like it was a short line situation, and you just watch this dude like hit holes and run people over. It was crazy. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That we understood there were only so many ways out of our community. ROTC, or sports, or the band. You know what I'm saying? If you wasn't academically savvy, you were taking one of those. You were taking one of those routes, ROTC, or you're gonna go through the band, or you're gonna go through the band. You got to just do 4 years, or you got to just, play sports and be the best at it. And that's why they started cracking down on the grades, like, hey, these kids are not passing with their grades and stuff. This is where you started seeing on pipelines on the news where, hey, these children, their grades ain't up to par, so but how are they playing? You saw it in Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana, South Carolina, all the deep South states. All them kids that were just getting filtered through, but they could run track, they could do all kinds of stuff. And see, that greatly crippled a lot of our Black society, because this is where you had it where they were just stuck in that triage moment of, damn, like, Daddy, can you read? Man, listen, son, I used to wake you up and I'm gonna teach you how to run this ball. That's the only thing you know how to show them. That's the only thing you could teach them. And you know what I'm saying? It's like when we talk. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was gonna say too, BFT. The thing is, like, then I think the MOT's points about the sports, like, those ones that did make it out through the sports, like, you got that legendary status. So it was then kind of like, okay, nobody really cared, even in the community, sadly to say at times, that you weren't, some people didn't have enough sense to even know, like, hey, this gonna come back to bite you, or some people didn't care, and that kind of became the alpha male, in the sense of, okay, the dude who plays ball, it doesn't matter, he can't read, he's a great ball player, and he's gonna make it out, make millions of dollars. So you have people aspiring to that now. So even if you did have the people who were like, may have had the academics to to go along with it, it was kind of like, that's nice and all, but you're not the star. You're not the star wide receiver that's going to go, go play at Alabama and then go pro.
I think that's where it hurt. That's where it hurt the most, when I was the shit in my town. I was able to fake it in my county. But when I got to state, and I started getting around them apex athletes that their daddies and would spend hundreds and thousands of dollars and stuff like that, and they were being taught all kinds of stuff. Nigga, I'm a upward bound, no child left behind, goddamn thrown out of the pond into the goddamn ocean. I'm like, what the fuck? This ain't no goddamn lean on me situation. I gotta figure out how to beat this white boy. And they say, you see him? He looking down on you. You gotta kick his ass, Johnson. I'm like, bro, he is talking some shit I ain't never seen before. These guys got better equipment than us. We looking like goddamn refugees getting off the goddamn bus and shit. That was a reality for a lot of Black kids. Like, where the hell did you bring this, coach? How are we gonna beat these kids?
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying, bro.
No, I was gonna say that's the thing. Like that, what you're seeing is sort of the professionalization of even the lower tier sports. Of okay, maybe back when we were growing up, you didn't have as much like travel or travel ball. You don't have as much travel football now, but you can still play two sports. But you have the year-round training, the personal trainers, the best gear, going to camps and stuff like that. You got all those things, and it's just kind of like, dang, you start to see. That's why honestly, like, you see, that's why baseball has kind of died in Black America, because like in baseball, literally, like I was talking to one of the guys who has a kid who plays baseball. He's like, every fall you're looking at like $300, $400 just for a new bat. Like, so wow. Yeah. So he's just like, if you and he's like, here's what happens. He's like, basically, if you're a black kid, you basically get priced out, because baseball is one of those sports that, like, even Deion Sanders said, he said the hardest thing he had to do was hitting that baseball. And the thing is, if what happens is, as you go through Little League and then was it coach pitch and Pee Wee, coach pitch, Little League, middle school, you start getting the travel ball. If you're talking about hitting the baseball, it's just, you're getting so many reps just seeing the ball, and that's how you have to get better at it. And so it just compounds over time to where, if you aren't, playing constantly and doing travel ball and doing stuff like that, you literally just don't get enough reps. Versus like football or basketball, you could just be a great athlete. Like, you can just have that God-given talent of, hey, I can run this fast, I can jump this high, I got this good at hand-eye coordination, and you could start playing in high school and literally get a scholarship. There was a kid I knew locally in where I grew up. He came from, I believe, it was Nigeria. He had never played football.
Yeah, but the only black person that we ever heard of in the black community was King Griffey Jr. That's the only black person I knew and that played ball. I mean, other than Deion and what's that damn phenomenal freak of nature? Lord Happy, Bo Jackson was goddamn black football. Was goddamn black Jesus on came back on earth.
Yeah,
that man will never get another Bo Jackson. I think the white man took him away from us. So I'm scared. We can't prove it, but we know they just knew that we couldn't get another one. But that's that. I honestly, the thing about it is the civil duty of being able to return on investment, and that's something that me talked about earlier Paradox a few weeks ago. Like, I had pride in walking down the street of my town with that American flag and for the parade. Like, I had pride in like that was something I had pride in doing that for the homecoming, because I got to represent, like, it's those types of things we don't carry, especially when we do these types of things with that of in our community, to see people want to come back. You know what I'm saying? Like, those type of stories of, hey, I'm from this town of South Carolina, I grew up here. Like, no, like those things, those are the American dream stories that I don't know why we have a hatred about, want to come back. Or actually wanted to actually say, like, hey, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna terraform this area and make it habitable. Like, my daddy lived out there in Meridian. I'm like, Daddy, do you want me to get you a water purifier out there or some shit? Like, do you want me to get you anything? No, I'm good, son. Daddy, I can come out there and get you anything you need. He's out there. He's fine out there. But I don't know what happened to make them so used to that dilapidated environment. It's like they now just, I never hear black people talk about the brown line. I hear about the Mason-Dixon line, but they never talk about the brown line. And literally, that's how you know just how bad the redlining of how bad it's getting for black society. I think we're stuck. Like, it's an escapism. Sports has now become the escapism, just like music, rather than actually progressively moving forward in that of the situation that we're in right now. And it's not working out too well for us because these contracts are not getting any better. The environments are I think they're actually more so shitting you on your contract where you're more so in the hole than in the positive.
Oh,
But that's just what I guess. Huh?
Don't be a running back in these days. Like if you got a kid
God,
playing
man.
football, hey, go put him at another position because by the time he gets through college and he gets off that rookie
Your leg is
contract,
done.
unless he's a top 10 pick like Bijan Robinson was, like you're not getting that second contract. They were like, we learned that lesson from Le'Veon Bell.
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, man. I think that's probably one of the best things my dad told me was like, listen, you gonna come? I said, Dad, I'm about to go. I'm trying to go to state. No, you're not. Guess what? You're gonna be your ass up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and you're gonna get picked up at the edge of the road. You're gonna be working at Schick Steel. Schick Steel. That's all the welders at. Oof. Yes, sir. Getting paid $19 an hour.
That real work.
I was like, I stopped being a boy. I stopped being a boy paradise. He took away my child. Do you see he robbed my child? Just threw me out. I'm on the back of a truck with men that lost the light in their eyes and just sitting there drinking Reservoir Steel and Mexicans and shit. We going out there to Coors and cutting. I said, Lord have mercy, this must be where hell is at. But my check was good now.
Hey,
to be goddamn 18 and making a $900 check, that was good.
But
that was good.
BMT, but also I know for me, like doing jobs like that was also kind of that wake up call of I didn't do obviously the welding or anything like that, but I did the fast food when I was a teenager, and you saw people who just like you saw how much money you made, and then you saw people who were doing that full time, and like that was their job, and you just like, at least for me, I was kind of like, dang, it's nice money that I'm living at home, but I couldn't imagine trying to make this work like by myself,
trying to raise a family or whatnot.
Yeah, exactly. So that was just kind of like you. At least for me, it was that wake up call of, hey,
I'm going to school.
Nice. What's up?
I'm going to school.
Yeah, no.
Can y'all honestly say that there was a flux, like a better flux of when we had the trades? Like, okay, you go into your wood shop, your masonry, your carpentry, all them shops. You had it where guys weren't so much talking about going pro. They're like, hey, bro, like I got a guaranteed job starting out at $17, $18 an hour. Like, hold up, bro. Like, fuck that. This is automatic money. Now that's football. I don't know about that shit, but
Rick Mason's got put on like right away. Like as soon as you learn that during the school year, that's what you was doing in the summer. You was Rick Mason with the person who actually taught you this stuff.
Wasn't if we had a more robust union pipeline, it would have been automatic for a lot of people too.
Don't bring that up.
But you know what?
Yeah, but you got to live in a city. You got to have a city that has it. Like Louisville has it, St. Louis has it, Detroit has it. Like a lot of states, I think maybe Philadelphia has like a strong union presence.
Oh yeah, no. The thing is,
Kansas City.
Too many of us live in the deep South, where like you say the word union, and it's like, are you trying to like end up there?
You were trying to get the government to come down on you, right?
They moved when they was union busting up north. They moved all those factories down south.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, that's why a bunch of auto plants been moving down south. But that's the problem is so many of us are concentrated there. It's just like, they might have an apprenticeship program there, but like you're not gonna have a union, and or if you did, like it's one that's been there for a while, like that they were able to get in, and like they just haven't shut it down. Because I did know like a couple of facilities in the South that were, but they were the exception.
Go ahead and say union. See if you don't get your ass fired before the end of that day. You might make it to lunch. You might make it to lunch.
Yep, exactly.
I mean that at will with that right to work. All right, man. You start talking that union stuff, man. You're gonna be up out of here.
Yeah, couple with like and coupled with it'll be the people who actually probably need one who will be like, because it's not just like, oh, management heard me talking. It's like, no, like the very people who probably need to join one, like they've had it ingrained in their mind that these things are so bad. Like they'll be the first one to be like, hey, yeah, BMT talking about a union. They'll be in the manager's office.
Yep, snitching you out. Next thing you know, you gone.
That's that Republican wall you run into. That's that conflict.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
But see, I was, I'm gonna be honest, I was raised that them unions were the devil. When you start coming around, us good old church folks that work hard and love America and stuff, you bring that union shit, we gotta get you up out of here. You trying to?
What they tell you is that they're gonna take all your money. That's what they tell you.
That's exactly what.
Yep, that's what I was told. That's what I was told.
Yep, but BMTC, what has happened there is someone has put it in the ear probably of someone prominent in the community, and they sort of like passed it down to everyone else. I guarantee it started on the right. That started on the right, and they just found someone prominent in the community, probably just said, hey, here's a favor, just make sure you pass this down, tell people these unions are bad.
Do y'all think Obama and Biden pushed unions hard enough in their tenure?
No.
Obama wanted to be liked too much.
Yeah.
What about Bill? What about Clinton? I gotta go look that up.
The economy was so good, it didn't matter because the wages had to scale with what the economy was doing.
Yeah.
Union jobs wasn't just the only good job during the Clinton administration. Everybody was eating during the Clinton administration.
We had a good year with Clinton, boy. It was a different time, man. Playing saxophone, Saturday Night Live. We had Blockbuster, we had jobs. Man, we'll never get that back. We'll never go back to that.
No DNA on dresses, getting impeached. Yeah, man, it was a good time, huh?
We were doing good time. Listen, I don't think we'll ever get another Apex Day like I don't think we'll ever get it as good as. I mean, what market do y'all think we had that good? Because I think between Clinton, that's probably as good as it's going to probably get right now. I mean, maybe y'all might have probably had it better. I don't know. Like I don't know. I don't know when it was ever going to get good for. But
you got Citizens United now that pretty much picks the politicians on both sides. So no, the answer is you're not. Okay.
Wait, Paradox, did you support Clinton?
Oh no.
Oh, okay. So you were he beat Bush, so you supported W. First one.
Who, Clinton? You mean Dole?
Bushill.
Yeah.
Who?
No. Clinton. No, I'm saying Clinton ran against Bush, right?
I think Clinton. He did
Gore.
No, Gore.
No.
Gore. I think Gore. Gore.
You talking about? My bad. I'm sorry. You talking about Daddy Bush? I got you. My bad.
We know Gore. We know Gore was cheated. We know Gore was cheated.
No, I'm talking about Daddy Bush.
Yeah, I got you. My bad. Yeah, I got you.
You heard what Bush said. Just because you get the vote, don't mean. Boy, I got scared when he said that. I was like, what? That nigga cheated.
Wait, no. What were you saying, Paradox?
I said I plead the fifth.
Oh, okay.
That's a smart move. That's a smart move.
You didn't vote for the first black president.
Bush told you what time it was. Just because you get the vote, don't mean.
Hey, you're cool with me as long as you didn't support Reagan. Whew.
Oh no. Nah, we went through that history on that, man. That thing is it's all of it's bad, but
dude, I'm telling you, Reagan.
That's on another level.
No. I was gonna say, I swear to God, Reagan is responsible for about 80% of the problems that all Americans suffer from in general. Like,
yeah,
I'm just like, how did this dude win every state? Like, God damn.
I know. It says a lot about the country, though, I think.
No. The media rolled over for Reagan. That's what happened. The media rolled over. They didn't question him on anything. It's much how like the corporate stenographer-based media is now.
Yeah.
I mean, he got away with a lot.
Yeah.
And like,
one covered.
And I mean, it was not like, I know a lot of white folks like revere him. I'm just like, this dude was not the sharpest man at all. Like, he was good at playing on y'all's emotion and playing the folks' racism, but as far as actually knowing policy and stuff.
Well, that's why it gets tricky with politics when you're a black person, because as you dig into the history, it's clear that these people do not mess with black people in general. So to me, it's very tricky on either side, honestly. Politics from my perspective, from a race perspective, it's a little bit lighter, because as you dig into what they're doing, regardless of the politicians, when you dig into what they're really doing to us and you trace out history, I mean, it's pretty bad. Just to me, it's pretty bad all the way up until today, honestly.
Now, you know what is funny? I was listening to a clip by Dr. Fulani on Tony Brown, and I was like, you sound like you got that same sort of mentality she did, of like, she was out there because she was talking about, hey, the way Jesse Jackson was done by the Democratic Party. And she was just like, nah, we need to line up and like pretty much like tell them you're not going to take us for granted. And she was like, come vote for me.
And and we know, and the thing is that we can't corral enough of us to really vote as a block, to vote interest over politicians either. We're so steeped into the politics that it's like it'd be an impossibility to have some of those big ideas about voting as a block and saying we need this as a community. We don't really care who's running. We just need to get this done. And then you can't play on my emotions at that point.
But you can't coordinate with people who don't have a side. You can't coordinate with people.
That's what I'm saying. It's hypothetical by far. It's way out there. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. It's just that in other communities, you're not allowed to be in the middle. In other communities, you're not allowed to be in the middle.
Well, I mean, it kind of boils down to issues too. Like, because if you're telling me you're kind of in the middle, you're I'm like, dude, what are your issues?
But when you ask that question, though, are you asking that person what are their personal issues, or are they doing it for the race?
Well, I mean, even if you want to, here's my thing. Even if you want to say I'm voting on personal issues, I don't see how someone can just be like, I'm not voting, or I am agnostic.
Right.
I'm just going to throw.
Right.
Yeah. Like, so how are you a political agnostic and you live in a totally liberal, provided for society, but you're in the middle? Like, why don't you move to an area that's not developed and try that middle of the road shit?
Well, you're also being manipulated, because if I told you guys now, I'm only voting on one issue, it's abortion. The problem is, if you give me more information, I'm going to get confused, because what you're going to say is that, okay, well, if you do that, well, they're also going to get you 3 justices that are going to ban something else, right? It's going to start dismantling affirmative action or whatever it is, right? So when you make that personal decision, you're going to be a part of the other things that happen. I think that's where a regular person sort of gets,
Well, I think that person's kind of lost to begin with. Because I mean, here's the thing:
I do not trust one issue voters. Like Jesus Christ.
But it's a cop out, right? It's a way yeah, for sure.
Because it goes back to the whole here's my thing. Once again, it goes back to how are you, if you say it's just abortion, how are you like someone who's then agnostic on police violence, or on the economy, or or on the war on drugs, or like all of these, immigration, foreign policy, like that's why I'm like, how can you just say, okay, that's my only issue and I don't care about anything else? It's just like you have to have a very simplistic view of the world.
I'm going to vote for something that is just nearly never going to be on the ballot. And when it was on the ballot, it got voted down in the most conservative states. So, and then they don't even know that happened. I mean, because facts have a liberal bias, liberal bias.
And you got to ask yourself, how much expectations do you really have for the common man
You got to have that also in perspective. How much information can they retain? You know, where are their comprehension skills at? I mean, we know what our public education system is delivering to us. So I mean, I could be wrong about that, but you got to kind of factor in some of that because it is a lot. I think it's a lot of information to try to retain.
But that's the thing about it. You don't need to retain it if you actually understood the issue. There's
right,
nothing
but
to like memorize.
I want you to, but you're gonna have to walk me through that process though. What's that process? I'm 16. It's 2023. I'm gonna turn 18 here, coming up. Well, whatever. 17, 18. By turn 18, elections coming up. What do you think? Before you answer that, what do you think that 16-year-old knows? Like right now, the average 16-year-old American, we'll just say a Black American, a man, a boy. What do you think he knows to
He's
be
told
able
to
to
be
make
angry. He's told to be angry and all kind of dumb shit. Yeah, like get out there.
Hold on, let me add some more to it. Say his family, say his family makes $70,000 a year. They live in, a small town somewhere. They go to a, local school. What do you think? Number one, what have they been taught by the age of 16, and what do you think they're going to be ready to do when they hit their vote at 18, if they vote?
Whatever their parents' value system is, to be quite honest, because I don't know too many kids who are in trying to learn everything about the historical ramifications of government. I just don't see it. Hey,
all right, where would they get it from?
Their parents. They would get their politics from their parents, whether I agree with it or not. But they're going to get their politics from their parents.
Most Black children do, and I think that's the thing about it.
And their parents going to tell. Hold up, though. Their parents going to tell them to do what? Because you're saying information. Their parents going to say our family is Democrat, vote Democrat. What else are they going to tell their kids?
But I mean, white man bad, devil. Same old shit. I mean, it's like I'm not gonna lie. I had to actually start reading for myself. Like I don't mind, and me and MOT, this is how we actually became good friends. Like it's one thing to just say I'm voting for this person because I'm against abortion. Okay, why? Well,
but if you're 16, what are your issues? I'm asking y'all. When y'all was 16, what were your issues? And when you voted at 18, what was the thinking?
Jobs. I need a job.
Yeah, like
so you was taking your vote for a job.
Yeah, I mean, but that was my understanding of the situation was at that time. Was like, look, I vote for people who is against slavery, there for jobs. That's what my dumbass understanding was at that point in time. I'm sorry, that's what it was.
Paradox, quit making fun of us, man.
No, I was gonna say for me, Paradox, you'll like this one. No, my first time voting was 2008, and it was like, hey,
Obama, baby.
It was Bush was really bad. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
And Obama was running on hope and change, and we got a first Black president. That was what it was.
My daddy was a Vietnam vet, and he would be in the house saying "fuck Reagan."
You don't even gotta say. You don't even exactly.
Well, my dad be going through the house preaching why he hated Reagan.
Wait, he said he hated Reagan. Wait, really?
Yeah, my dad was a Vietnam vet. Boy, a lot of them did not like Reagan. They did not like Reagan.
No, the only reason I thought he would have liked him was, all that military buildup that happened under him. Yeah. But if you were a veteran, you may have got screwed over.
That's what Black
he said veteran, Black veteran.
Yeah, okay. You were out of the service. So No, he was out of the service because I mean those who were in there. I've talked to people who were in the military during Reagan, and they were just talking about, man, he increased that budget so much, so a lot of people in there got opportunities in the
one issue voters, and that's the military culture, right? Vote Republican.
Pretty much.
Like I said, man, like I had to start asking questions.
Matter of fact, my family was mad when we went to go see Reagan, right? At this situation. it's just funny because people always were mad because Democrats wouldn't come to these particular events. It's always kind of
No,
a funny
sir, you
thing
have
that
a real
stood out.
nice day.
Huh?
Nothing. Literally nothing. We're going to be able to work with you with.
Yeah. It's kind of funny. If you're in any of the services and stuff, everyone sort of kind of knows, kind of not tongue in cheek, really reality. A lot of times Democrats don't show up in certain spaces when it comes to some of the government stuff.
Wait, when you say wait, what do you mean?
I can't go into detail. I'm just
Okay.
Just no, I'm nothing special. No, I'm not saying that, but just the people that I was around and family and stuff that's engaged in those environments, it always would be a conversation at events and stuff about that.
Oh, okay. No, I thought you
Yeah.
meant okay. I mean, are you literally saying certain events that they won't even, or are you talking about areas?
Oh yeah, no, I'm talking about events, speeches. Like
Oh,
if you're a part of any government agency stuff, depending on what part of the agencies it is, what part of the government it is, you would tend to find Democrats sort of kind of staying away for the most part.
Oh yeah. No,
They don't want to provide. They won't necessarily get funding. They don't want to support. It's a whole situation. But
yeah. Well, if you don't mind me asking, Paradox, will your family were there Republicans in your family? Like, did you grow up in DC, like political family?
It's a mix.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Mine was Southern.
Because I got family that got
Southern
money, I
black
got family who
men.
don't have no money, so it's all over the place.
Oh, okay.
Southern
people live in the
Southern.
city, people live in small towns.
I have Southern Geechee men and women.
But it's all DV, I'm assuming.
I got one family that lives in a double wide trailer with a jacuzzi and a black trailer park. And I got another family that lives in a multi-million-dollar house with multiple garages and elevators. So that's an extreme, right?
Wait, you said a black trailer?
Whoa. Trailer park
like
with
that.
a jacuzzi. That's what I heard.
No, a black.
Oh, you from Mississippi? Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Don't play with me, man.
Okay, all right.
No.
My uncle did have a quadruple wide with it. All right.
Come on now.
No, Paradox.
Okay,
I did not know there were
Stand down.
black trailer parks though. I've heard of black people
Yes.
living in. I have black family members that have lived in trailers, but not a black trailer park.
Yes, they do have them in Mississippi. A lot of them.
That's the real world we live in.
Yeah.
No, I know who voted where then.
Yeah, for sure. Extreme.
And you'll see a vehicle with the shiniest rims known to mankind.
Oh yeah.
With a trailer that's nearly 3 times the size of that truck.
Oh yeah. Facts.
I grew up in the area. You might as well say you could live in the car. A car had TV, heated seats, and all the nicest shit. And the damn fucking house or shanty shack about falling through, and you got 9 people living in there, no windows. I've done seen it all, man. Some people. I'm like, bro, why y'all keep buying these goddamn cars from the goddamn police auction? Why y'all keep fixing up their car? Y'all hate the police. Y'all keep buying the damn cars in front of them. I ain't never understand you, Negro.
No. Can't wait to get them cars, by the way.
Yeah. Can't wait to get them back.
That's a fact.
Can't wait to get them back. They buy the car, and then the dope dealer gets out of prison and bullies them out of the car that they bought. Yeah, come on, man.
I said, did this car have some semblance of memory for you or something? Like, why you want to be in this damn car so bad? What?
Still, and keep the police light and everything on the car. It's kind of funny.
What, bro? I literally had oh man, they want to ride around the same squad car. Just go be a cop, bro. Just go be a cop. You want to ride around in their damn shit so damn much, man. Just go be a cop.
That's crazy.
Oh man.
No, Paradox. Growing up, then, if you saw those did you attribute, did you think, okay, these people probably vote Republican, they have a lot of really nice stuff. These people probably vote Democrat, and they got a jacuzzi at their trailer. So maybe I should, lean to the right a little bit, lean into this.
I mean, yeah, you could say that. You could say that was some of the thinking. Yeah, you could say that.
No, I was just curious. When you're a kid and you see that, your thinking may not think, okay, these people got that way, and now they're trying to preserve it. It may just
that's my conflict every single day. The more you do, the more you learn the history over the years. You learn more and more. You learn the history of just the parties themselves and what they've done. It's conflict. It's heavy conflict. It's not fair, almost, to be honest with you.
Like my mother's side voted all Republican, even in Mississippi, because they were business owners.
Yeah.
For the most
Yep.
part.
Yep.
They really did not. I mean, even though they did own all of the nonprofits like the United Way and the Boys Club, like I didn't know that conservatives owned all that shit. I did not know that. They received the money for it, and then they didn't spend the money right, and then they would play broke as millionaires. It just really didn't make any sense. What?
You had to. You had to. If you were somewhere like some of these deep states and you got money, like you better play broke.
I think that's what kind of blew my mind about a lot of the voting, because we would go to the church and you think you have a church service and we about to talk about voting. Now listen, y'all, Ernestine is running for council for the sanitation, and we're gonna go load up the church bus and we're gonna go on down there. We're gonna support her. We're gonna have sandwiches and we're gonna have juice and everything. Not the good juice. We're gonna have the cheap juice. We're gonna go on down there and we're gonna support her. And that was it.
Yeah, but BMT, but that's the only time the church did feed you, was voting.
Yeah.
Like they never fed you for any other reason outside of voting.
That's why I like going to church. Because we got food when we voted.
Yeah, I mean, like not under like normal circumstance. Like better not be expecting no food after like no church Sunday service. Like what is wrong with you? But like when it came down to voting, they had the sandwich, the barbecue chicken, or get your hands all gummed up, you know what I'm saying? After you done, press the little button or whatever. Or else, I mean, they would everybody would be mailing in their absentee ballots together as a church group, having you in there, making sure you fill out the thing how it's supposed to be filled out. Yeah.
And see that was the thing I realized, MOT, that I would see more so. I see these people here that are complaining about these men that between their 30s and 20s and 40s. But see, they're not the ones that go out and vote. It's the elderly and the women that go out and vote. I've been down. Has anybody ever just sat there at the voting ballots and just look at the trajectory of the people? So when I hear people say the women, they only listen to the women, well, I'm like, Negro, who you think is out there voting?
Women.
Why would I talk to y'all if y'all don't go out to vote?
Every time I go to vote, all I see is women, period, and older people. That's it. Yeah. You maybe see another black dude in there if he's not a poll worker or whatever. Now you got the Arabs and the Asians running goddamn elections now.
Yeah, wasn't that someone on this channel talking about if you go look at like your nonprofits that it's some black women, a couple white women, and maybe some older black men in there, a couple.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what someone was saying.
But can you blame?
That's you're gonna see.
Can you blame them? See, that's the thing about when we're not talking about.
You also have disaffected voters too, right? You have people who, I don't know if you can talk to them or not, but I mean, what do we got?
No, you can't.
50% of people don't vote. 40% don't vote.
I mean, can you complain?
No.
They throw their hands up. They throw their hands up as soon as you bring up to them. They throw their hands up and la 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 la.
But
let me ask you this: the reason why people came out and voted for Trump, or voted for Biden, or voted for Obama, if you look at those last 4 elections, we do understand that the job of the people who are trying to get elected is to motivate you to vote. Or y'all don't agree with that position?
Oh, I disagree. Like
really? Okay.
I think what you should really be doing is, because if you're looking for someone to motivate you to go and do it, I kind of feel like you're already a victim to someone overselling you. Versus versus like
There was,
if your thought
Okay,
is no, you're a means to getting what I needed done. This is what I want. Then you're a lot
how
less
much?
susceptible.
How much did
You know,
Obama spend on his election campaign?
I'm sure
not much.
Tom.
He actually spent the least. He spent the least. He did not
How
spend
much?
much. I gotta go
Oh, I
look
have
that
no
shit
clue.
up. I gotta look that up,
About a
but it was
about a
crazy.
billion
Was it?
about a billion about $1 billion?
I believe it.
No, not even. Not even. I think they pulled up how much he spent. It wasn't even that much. That man wasn't even. He was banking on just race. That alone, it was kind of like a ticket circuit, like circus act. Like they just
Well,
want to see a
What
black
what
man run for president.
somebody check that now. It should be
let,
about $1 billion, if I'm not
let me look.
mistaken. It may have
Can
been
you
the
guys?
You're talking
highest.
about
It
you're
may have
talking
been
about
the
08,
highest.
right?
Can you
Yeah,
guys
oh
hear
08.
me? I'm trying to see.
Yeah,
Can
we
y'all hear
hear
me?
you.
Or do I sound far away? No, Obama raised the most money out of super PAC
In
out of
history, right?
in the
Yeah.
history. So
But did he spend it?
I don't know if you're talking about from the grassroots or if you're talking about from the original donors. But I know his source, his donations. He had the most donations out of in the history from the grassroots. He had the most donations to support his campaign in the history
Right.
of political elections.
Oh yeah, no,
Up to
2008. I'm reading an article right here. Yeah. It's saying that 2008, at least at the time, was the costliest in U.S. history. Because
Right.
you got to realize, and it was saying like, together John McCain and Barack Obama together spent more than $1 billion. So yeah, and I mean, I'm sure that's been
Okay, my
surpassed.
bad.
No. I'm sure that's been surpassed because you have to think like 08 was not like. It was not like Obama won big, but it was not like a bunch of people just like excited. You have plenty of people who were like very anti-Obama and very like just we don't have no black president pretty much.
Now what she said was that politicians aren't convincing people to vote, but it's a reason why they go to Iowa 55 times and go to New Hampshire 155 times. Why are they doing that?
No, I'm saying they shouldn't. No, I agree. I agree. Like I think like if you're a voter, you should not be looking for a politician to inspire you or for want you. You, in my opinion.
But isn't that what Trump did?
But what is the politician's job then?
In my eyes, is to represent you and go represent your interest.
But see, that's what Trump did. Okay, so Trump told a lie within a truth. He told a lie within a truth when he said, "What do you have to lose?" Right? And a lot of people are like, "Oh my God, that's so true. What do I have to lose?" And I'm like, "Well, if he was participating in your system, then you would have already had options. You would have been making options. You would have, but then to people like, and this goes back to what Paradox was saying about the uneducated voter, right? But you had a lot of first-time voters who didn't know nothing, jack shit about politics, and it was like a whole mess because they were talking about stuff that. What did you read? Did you look this up? Like, I think y'all were doing damage control from the helm, and I'm like, yo, bro, like, okay, all right, I see why he's getting votes out of these people because he's banking on their ignorance to get votes, and it's working. He knows America at this is an all-time ignorance high, and that they're not going to bother doing any type of research or fact checking or anything like that. They're just going to go off of emotion. And he knows how to articulate and sell. He knows how to sell hope. That's what he's a salesman. He sells hope. So he's going to get
us as consumers, aren't we kind of programmed for that already?
Yeah.
That's why he's a salesman. But he's a businessman. He just make a deal.
But Paradox, here's my thing. Don't you feel that like what is someone really giving up by voting? Like what big sacrifice have you made by going to the polls once every 4 years that you feel like, oh, I've done something that just warrants this, me being so upset that the politician didn't do what they said they were going. That's my problem with the disaffected voters. I'm like, what your upside is versus what you had to actually like sacrifice to get there is very little. in my opinion.
Yeah, but I think if you're studying if you're studying the voting system and how why people vote and what they vote for, it's very diverse. That's all I was trying to say. You know what I'm saying? Shaming people or over-educating people or talking to people, looking at people as you need to be at a certain level of being informed. I find it interesting because when you're in that, if you're in that environment and you're running if you're running for office, right? You're not going to spend any time necessarily trying to hope that everybody's educated, right? You're just going to say, look, we got $1 billion. We got to run this campaign. We need to inspire people to vote. How much time do you think people are going to really spend on like giving people a bunch of information and load them up, right? And confuse them possibly. You're just trying to sell them on an idea and to get them and to motivate them to the poll. It seems like if they didn't do it it almost like it tells on us, doesn't it? Because it's like why are they doing it that way if we're all informed or if we all should just go and vote? It seems like there's a reason why they're spending that much energy trying to motivate people to vote. I mean, they spend a tremendous amount of money on campaigns at all levels to get people to come out because for some reason, the concept of voting is not inherent in human beings in a sense, I guess, because it's like, we got to get everybody to come out and vote. That's why we're letting people know, because you wouldn't have to, because from your position, the way America is set up, you shouldn't have to even really say anything, right? It should just be, today's the voting day. Y'all have done y'all research. Go there and pick the person. We shouldn't have to put up any posters. We shouldn't have to do any campaign. You know what I mean? No campaign trail. If that was it's almost like it's a world that doesn't exist, but people talk about voters as if this other world exists. That it doesn't. People aren't informed. That's not this kind of country. Am I wrong about that?
No. You're right. No, I get it. You're 100% right. Like, yeah. I will say this though, that people are targeted in their approach. Like you in DC move in the political circles, so you know that like if you're someone who votes, you're a lot more likely to get engagement to persuade you to vote. You're what they deem as a super voter, I believe.
Yeah.
That they'll go look at the rolls and see, okay, this person votes consistently.
Yep.
I'm gonna go micro target him because he's likely to come out and vote before I go spend time on someone who hasn't voted in the last 3 cycles. Or you know, and truth be told, if you're a Democrat, Republicans really don't try to turn out to vote like that.
Nope. What I had an issue with
the Republican, you could argue Republicans operate more in that ideal world of
that's a great point. That's a great point.
You don't really need to run the campaigns and like we know what day it is, we'll be there, we know our interests versus like
and by the way, and we get punished for it, just to put that out there. And we get punished for that.
Wait,
they don't talk to y'all. They don't come at y'all. They don't talk to y'all. They don't campaign to y'all. I mean, you can't win either way.
So my issue that I had was when I was dealing with Black Republicans and how I had to shed my Blackness to be a Republican. That it was like, why are you mentioning racial stuff? Or if you would have complied, or different other type of jargon shit. And and part of it, I can't speak for Paradox, but it would be beating at me. It would be bothering me. Because I'm like, hold on, dude. Wait.
Now, BMT, when you say shed, though, like
go ahead, Renaissance. Go ahead, Red.
No, I'm serious. You Paradox. When you say
let him have it, BMT. I want him to go with this. Go ahead.
No. When you say shed it, like, do you mean just like, hey, I can't talk about any sort of racial issues, or did you feel like, okay, I know I have dreads, so I need to cut that off, or like, I can't be, I don't need to talk about rap music while I'm there. I need to talk about the latest, whatever band people were into, and just like try to like fit in and be as bland as possible. Like how do you all define that? Or did you all feel like you had to do that, or is it just literally, hey, don't bring up social justice and the race stuff?
It's a lot more severe than how the Democratic Blacks have to do it.
It's like working in a corporate office. You know what it is,
right?
But
yeah, like
see,
because in a sense, like in a sense.
Renaissance is trying to expose us, Bill. He's trying to expose us.
Because if he has but Paradox, if they got to expose us, then they would have to admit that they have to admit that their side uses their blackness as a stepping stool card.
Yeah,
we can open. We're on the table. We're at the table, all four of us, and we can openly admit that for us to have the American card, we got to drop the black card. And for y'all have to take the stepping stool approach to be able to sit at the table with them.
It's not the stepping stool. You just got to get in line. But I don't like that. I don't like it that they step over y'all, or whenever y'all say something about, hey, so what about us, or what about this? Hey, learn to go work with your Latino brothers. I don't ever hear those Latino motherfuckers say that shit about y'all. Just like no different than we start talking about certain issues of civil unjust, then they'll be like, hey. Remember his background when he was 8 years old? And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, hold on, bro. Like, wait, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. There's no way you're not playing that game with me. You're not. Go ahead. What I was
saying,
could
we go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to quickly say, to your point of it's like being in corporate America, I was going to quickly say that, like, honestly, at least where I've worked, corporate America has gotten even more like, bring your full self and like bring your they have that whole Deion's. Oh, we want Deion to be himself. Like you know that. Hey, okay.
I don't know how long it's gonna last, but you're right. But I'm gonna tell you something. I follow a lot of white people and I listen to a lot of white content too. Probably too much, honestly. It's why my brain is crazy. But I'm gonna tell you, white men, regardless of their political affiliation, have a serious problem with that stuff, and they are working both parties. Not officially, of course, but I'm talking about just the individual people, right?
Yep.
And I don't know how much stuff that y'all consume that's white, but you see them working.
Oh, you know, to dismantle that.
Yeah.
Basically bring back the everybody needs to fall into the cookie cutter, like type of mold, like this whole bringing your whole self and wearing your blackness on your sleeve and this like. I mean, granted, I take it as like face value as far as like. Hey, when they say that, bring your full self, it's like, okay, if your full self is 10, come in at about a 3 or a 4. Like, don't bring 10 in here.
White people, in my opinion, for the rest of this time of this nation, would never let it really ride, in my opinion. Because y'all tell me where I'm wrong at. It seems like this country as an organism or as a system is driving whiteness, no matter how you want to slice it, right? And once they start to feel like they're changing, no matter what side it is politically, I personally just noticed that they're I won't say rejecting it, but it's like I still want to be the way I am. Like I don't really want to come and start to be more open. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, looking at how,
and I'm not speaking of the far left, by the way. I'm not speaking of the far left. The far left is much more flexible, but as you come closer to the center, you can definitely see that it's some very powerful white men who are really uncomfortable. Even in Canada, by the way, which is kind of funny in itself.
Like looking at just like looking at Tim Scott and how they're punking him right now. Calling him gay and shit.
He in the bad spot.
Like they're calling him all kind of names and shit. Like, and you know what I'm saying? He now all of a sudden he's saying that
he doesn't have political language as a black person to operate within that party. He doesn't have the language. I don't even know if it exists, to be honest.
Wait, but Paradox, do you think he goes too far? Like not in this and I'm just talking about like his demeanor and how he operates in the party. Like, do you think he's like gone too far in the? It's like, okay, you don't have to be that. Like, you don't have to put your blackness down that much, or you think he's right on par with? Hey, he's the mold. Like, because you've seen his ad when he started talking about when he announced his run for president, and like, there's no racism. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
No, you're good. That was the only point I wanted to make was just like, do you think he's gone too far out of balance, or he's kind of like what they want?
I'm a pivot off that a little bit. Just I am trying to ignore what you just said a little bit. So Obama, Obama. If you look at it like, so when Obama was president, or even after the presidency, and maybe I'm wrong, but Obama's mostly probably around white people most of the time.
Yes, he is.
But he's able to, because he's under the Democratic umbrella, I feel like, and he also figured out, he speaks the proper language. So he's figured out a way to thread that needle, right? So he's able to be with his white people and his white friends and everything white. But at the same time, he has cover. He's able to still operate in blackness. When you're on the right, I don't think anyone has yet to this point figured out as a black person how to do that. Because of what the white people will and want to.
Condoleezza didn't do it? Condoleezza or Cohen didn't do it?
No, nobody's done it. No.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You see what Colin Powell had to do. So no.
Listen, they tried to sacrifice our boy, man. They tried to sacrifice him. They tried to sacrifice him. You got to get him out.
That's a fact.
Colin Powell had to do a whole Ben Kenobi. He had to get to the exile. He had to get to the outer rim of his damn stuff. He had to get in hiding. He had to go in hiding, dude. They made him go into actual hiding. He's like, I'm out on y'all. I'm out.
DC, y'all had to storm away. DC, y'all had to storm away on the ships.
We got room for him. We got room for good old General. We got room for General Powell, man. We definitely got room.
That man went over to the left side, boy. We took a hit, boy. We felt that.
He didn't go over to the left. He's still the same person. He
gave cover to black people. He gave cover for black Republicans to vote for Obama too.
Right. It's just what Paradox just said. It's the language. It's like when you strip everything else away, right? All the bullshit, all the narratives, all the talking points. What they leave you with is not enough to stand on to sell it to the rest of the black population.
Yeah, that's what I don't like. That's why I don't like that shit, bro. I don't like that.
That's the main issue.
Well, no, you don't have the top cover. Like that's the thing. I think you said it well, Paradox, in the sense of if you're under the Democratic umbrella, you kind of have that top cover of, hey, this is what we do. Because the funny thing is, Obama actually got called out for his first administration for the lack of diversity in the administration. But you're a black man running as a Democrat, so you can you have that pivot. You can operate in blackness and still be operate within the party, and it's acceptable. Versus like the whole top cover comes off. Because the thing with Colin Powell is correct me if I'm wrong, I think he just called out the racism of the Republican Party. I don't even know how much he even necessarily agreed with the policies.
He talked about that, and also he also brought up when I was in service. He also was talking about the supremacy, the white supremacy groups that were going on in the service that weren't being talked about. I'm like, wait a second, are you must not know they might take you out, Colin. You must be in a safe spot where you could talk about that. But there was a lot of blacks that were either getting killed overseas, different other stuff, and now they have to. Now you're starting to see that come on the news. So he brought that out to the forefront.
And BMT, I don't want you to say maybe too much, but am I wrong that almost 100% of special forces is not black? They make sure they're white men. Or am I wrong about that?
Boy, I can't tell. I try to put it in my packet, boy. I can't tell you how many. Listen, boy, don't. If you're a black man and you value your life, boy, don't believe them Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. Don't believe that shit, boy.
Wait, BMT Special Forces is on the Marines, right?
No, they're their own operative group, boy. That's the epsilon of the epsilon in the service. That's you have them. You have some Marines that laterally come over to the Army in that, but you have Special Forces and then you have the Green Beret, which God knows who the fuck they are these days. And I'm gonna just tell you right now, usually here's the thing about it. This is something I learned, and I'm not going in too deep. Shout out to Paradox. The higher you get as a black man in those areas, you will be alone. You will be alone. And there is no protection for you. There is nothing. I promise you. You sit on them back of them vehicles, or you on that bird, and you look around at all them blue-eyed Aryan motherfuckers, you start realizing, oh shit. Where did I get them? You know, you better. I hope you sent your last email. I hope you sent that email to them. Left some clues behind. Like,
no, BMT. I was gonna say that's where you got to really see how much do people really believe in that. Hey, we all under one flag, and you know
that covers you only but so much, brother. But see, that's why I said, and I said this on Art and Style panel, that how we talk about the American flag as Black folks, and how other groups talk about the American flag, it's not the same.
No, it's not.
It's not the same. And when I say that as a Black conservative Republican, motherfucker look like I'm speaking Mandarin or goddamn Guyanese. I'm like, no, dude, you must not get it. Well, BMT, you know, as an American, no white man, he's trying to get the same. No, he's not, bruh. No, he's not. Like his granddaddy was in that goddamn white halls trying to keep them damn white women leg closed because their birthing rate is going down. They didn't do that for no Black folks. You think they gave a damn to try to save our birthing rate? No, they trying to keep their shit together. Like there's a difference. Go ahead. You got it.
No, I'll give you a quick example of that. Like I'll never forget that I once there was a coworker, and they were talking about the 4th of July, and this person was ex-military, and someone else was telling me they went to his house for 4th of July. And they were saying that at the 4th of July, you know, when people just normally having a cookout, Black folks having a cookout, listening to music, doing whatever, you know, they went outside and said the Pledge of Allegiance on the 4th of July.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah. That's the level. Like, how many Black people you know would say the Pledge of Allegiance at the 4th of July?
You know, I didn't really know the Pledge of Allegiance. I didn't know the Star Spangled Banner. I wasn't taught that until like 6th grade. I was taught lift every voice and sing. Y'all know that's all lift every voice and sing. Yeah. You know, I'm not sure if y'all was taught to. You know, I thought I was confused when I went when they called me in the front of the class to go lead the song, and you know, I got my mom got me you know that thing for Black kids where they can go to a better school. And they, you know, little BMT come to the front, go ahead and lead the Star Spangled Banner. Lift every voice. Wow. The white kids were looking at me, boy, like we was having church, boy. I was right there patting my leg and singing. That white woman said, "BMT, go sit down. Go sit down." I said, "What did I do? What did I do? I don't know." I said,
You sure you didn't get thrown out of school? You didn't get thrown out of school?
I didn't get thrown out of school, but I did get sent to the guidance counselor, and they were told I need to learn the song.
Yep, they play it.
I need to learn the song. So I blame my older Black folks for not teaching me the proper song before I go to school. Y'all didn't teach me while I went out there. I wasn't ready.
But no, BMT, to your point about like, hey, like you the high, like, because it's funny because I don't know if you all paid attention. The new Joint Chiefs of Staff is a Black man. He's out of the Air Force. He just got confirmed.
I thought they fired him.
No. He just got confirmed either yesterday or today. Charles something. He used to be chief of the Air Force. So like you know, so I know exactly what because I'm like, when I saw that same thing, I'm just like getting to that level is just like it's a whole nother level. The dynamic almost would seem very kind of like nerve-wracking.
Yeah, you got to be careful, bro.
No, and the reason I say that is going to be like, you know, you already know that the military and people below you are very much on the right, and it's like if they feel like this person is not like, you know, as hardcore about it as us, or like, you know, as hard, or I just feel like you'll almost get labeled like this person's like kind of like with Obama, they always say he apologized too much. He's un-American. It's like you almost
they think
gotta
you
be
weak.
more trigger happy than they do to like
Yeah.
prove your worth.
I never would allow them to see me. One thing my dad said: you never let them see you scared. You never let them see you cry. And if you're in pain, you suck it up. So even if I fell off that truck, even if I took a hit from around, even if I was bleeding, I don't give a shit. I would suck it up, boy, and I would just tolerate it. I would tolerate it until I got me some painkillers and go in my room. Now a lot of people say, "Oh no," but see, I needed that position to get that rank. I needed that money. Like I tell my children, where we are today, right now, it's shed on blood and sacrifice. And so it's if you look at a picture when Barack Obama first came into the presidency, and look at how he looked when he left. Look at every black person that went into politics, and then look at how they left. Does not know anybody notice that they all look like they half dead, or like something like they all turn like they age rapidly quickly?
Well, that presidency will do it to you. That's the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
I think that seat has to be cursed, man. I ain't never seen like man, boy. I go ahead.
Paradox, you ready to go ahead and do like the finally can we do final thoughts and we get up out of here?
He's trying to get us out of here, bro.
Yeah, he's trying to get us off. We can close out.
Typical Democrat. Kick us off.
Go. You know, we on time schedule, man. Oh, y'all got all day. No, anybody else got any final thoughts? Anything? BMT, Renaissance, man.
No, good chat, bro. Always good chat with y'all guys.
Good,
nah, same here. I always appreciate talking to some people who even though some different political thoughts at times, definitely people who are political insiders, know their stuff, and that it's gonna be, if there's a disagreement, there will be valid points being discussed from different viewpoints. So I always appreciate that. So
for sure, man. Thanks for coming up, man, and sharing your time with us, Renaissance, man. We appreciate you, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll catch y'all later.
All right, bro.
All right.
See you on the other side. All right, Paradox, man. Since you extended us an hour and a half, man, I sort of kind of feel bad. Complex, it wasn't me. It ain't my fault, brother. It was like we kicked everybody off we kicked one set off, and then we had a whole nother program. But hopefully people can go back and listen to the beginning of the program. That's pretty much what we was doing for Clearing the Air, and then enjoying the program as far as like what we had to say for the last, I guess, hour and a half, man, talking shop, politics, sports, and stuff like that. But yeah, man, I'm ready to rock and roll, man. Got nothing else to say, man. I'm good. I guess we can close the chapter on this and just get back to our content. You know what I'm saying?
All right, this is Paradox.
And this is D. Until next time, peace.